Hello. I noticed there's only 5 people watching. Where the fuck is everyone? Anyway, hello. Yes, good afternoon. The other one, because it was restricted, because you're a bad boy, doesn't come up in StreamYard. Did I clear out my throat? Yep. Yep. Really got rid of all that filthy language. The sort of things that I was saying earlier. Anyway, I've sort of settled down now. I've got my water. Better be careful because this is very filled. I don't spill it. I got my coffee. Oh, T2's here. Gonna end up spilling it, making a mess. Oh, good. Yes. Good to see you, mate. And the party is on. Especially with you two around. Fuck me. It's actually popped out, no wonder. I was wondering why. The other one's in. Yep. Good. I was wondering why it felt a bit like loose on that side. Yes. It had popped out. See what happens? Must have been all that tension earlier. G'day, Alex. Yeah, I got bird brain here and, the other troll. Out of control, yes. Good to see you here, Richard. Keep them under fucking control. They need to be kept under control, those two. Yeah, there's a couple of fine people and there are 2 trolls. Let's just differentiate this. Oh, look, they're sucking up to you already. Oh, the littles. Yes. Yes. So, what's been happening in your neck of the woods, guys? Especially Alex, who is from the Netherlands. We could supply him one. Actually, not a leash. Get one of those, the sort of muzzles. Yeah, muzzle. Get him a muzzle. Yes. He likes a bit of whipping as well, We don't have Shell here at the moment, which is unfortunate. But yes, T1 likes a bit of, he likes it rough. G'day, Bo. Yes, me and the boys getting a bit too excited. Yes. Need somebody from the fairest sex sort of keeping us under control. Because I can't. G'day, mate. Good to see you. You mean the strong stuff, mate? We call it the strong stuff. Don't call it scotch. Don't tell people what I do. Just tell it the strong stuff. Just... Yes, he's uncontrollable. Yes, I know. I've given up. T2's been much more, an absolute gentleman recently. And he's been getting a lot of stick from T1. It's just very low of you, T1. Yes, I'm a 1966-year-old baby. Well, still a baby, actually, according to some people. Oh, yes, definitely single malt. None of that crap, Nice Glenfiddich single malt, you've got to have quality. in your life. If you're gonna drink quality. Don't drink shit. Cause magnesium imbalances. Yeah. If you see me erratic, sort of shaking, yeah, get concerned. Actually, I'll have to remind, just for that sort of scene that I just did, I'll have to remind Luke next time to capture that and give us something good to laugh about. Yes. I've been doing shift work for 25 years now. I find low carb. I need to supplement a little. Yes, it's only one day for me. So, yes, don't forget, if you're doing shift work and you're working in the evenings, you should only eat in late time, in daytime, so you don't get the mismatch. And get your blue blockings for night. And at the same time, just drink salted water in the evenings. Not too salted. So get a large container. So if you, and that's if it's warm, you hydrate. If it's not that warm, depending on your thirst needs. So never overdo it. Too much water isn't good. It's high in deuterium. So it depends how much you can flush out through sweating. What's that? I didn't get it. Oh, well. Probably don't get a lot of things in the conversation. Oh, Duna cover, isn't it, Harry? Duna cover. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I actually have a Duna, but I actually don't use it. It's too bloody hot. I used to use it in the past, but since I can tell you, since I actually went carnivore, I haven't used my Duna. It's been, I probably need to take it out and aerate it at some stage. I just haven't got around doing it, But I actually have now a much thinner Duna, which doesn't have quilt. It just has, what is it called? Where you've got that sort of other material in it. So it sort of keeps you sort of warm, but doesn't overcook you in a sense. Yeah, because in the past, I really needed a Duna. Yeah, too hot for Duna. Yeah, duvet or duvet. You guys call it. Yep, we call it Duna. Duvet. Yeah, people call it different. I tend to basically prefer something lighter, and I noticed that since the more meat I consume, the more sort of heat I generate, and and we're not talking about that sort of heat. That's the veg-tard type heat from the expulsion of methane from fermentation of those veggies. Yes, different thing. So yes, that regard. But I actually, I sort of have like a blanket, like a cotton blanket. So I actually will put, sometimes I've got a cotton blanket, the Duna, and sometimes I'll just withdraw. I'll push my feet and push the actual right to the bottom. So I've just got the Duna on, or I'll have that and I'll just knock the Duna and throw it on the ground nearly. So it depends on the sort of the heat of the room. I tend to sort of open the doors and sort of allow the sort of the warmth to sort of go through into the room, and then shut the doors and sort of trap some of that heat. And then, you don't want to be sleeping. If you sleep in a too hot, I find sometimes when it's too hot, I get up in the evening. So what was it? 3 days ago, it was just too hot. And a couple of days ago, because I left, I just put too much heat in the actual room, and about 4 o'clock in the morning, I get up and I'm going, what the fuck? I just felt hot. I felt sweaty. I literally just threw the doona off and just pulled the sort of the thin sort of cotton blanket and just went back to sleep. So yeah, so it's sometimes the heat, and I've noticed it now that since the more meat I consume, I get much hotter. I generate a lot of heat, which both has a benefit, but also there's a downside to it as well. In terms of sleep, especially in summer, I notice that I have to literally have a fan going in summer, all night long to be able to sleep. So yes, which is annoying, but I used to have one of the standard fans and I moved that and I went and got myself one of these other sort of, I don't put it in a rotation thing, but it's a very low noise type. So it actually just spits out cool air, and it keeps the temperature down to about 18 degrees around there, 17 to 18 degrees Celsius, whatever that is. 18 Celsius to Fahrenheit. So 18 is 64.4 and 17 is 62.6. And I can comfortably sleep at night. So yes, in that regard. So you got to do what you got to do. I usually year round, I'm either just a cotton sheet, or in the summer period, it's always cotton sheet. I just get too hot, and in sort of like autumn, spring type, probably later spring, early autumn, I probably have the cotton, and I just have the doona in winter, but it sort of varies. It's been, even the last couple of weeks in Tasmania, even though it had a couple of cold days, it's been quite warm. It's just been quite damn warm. I like the actual result, because I was actually talking with my mate yesterday when we were walking, and I said, look how funny it is. I think we cut carbon dioxide production massively because of COVID recently. But look, the temperature's still getting warmer in Hobart. He goes, yeah. And I go, nothing to do with CO2. And he goes, yeah, you're right. I said, it is a greenhouse gas, but it has such a small effect on the methane and carbon dioxide. If you look historically how out of whack they are with the actual temperature, yes, they are greenhouse gases, but they have such a small effect that it's negligible. And I still think that we're missing the point. I mean, I understand that the sort of the physics that the Connollys are putting, but I also think that beyond solar I think the solar radiation is the thing, and I think it's the magnetosphere is the issue. That the weakening of the magnetosphere. You've got basically a whole lot of physicists over here looking at magnetosphere in a very reductionist, isolated way, as it happens in all specialized sciences, unfortunately, nowadays. And these guys are basically looking at the magnetosphere weakening and more solar radiation penetrating in. So even though we're at a minimum rather than a maximum, we're still getting sufficient solar radiation through the day. In the night, it's a different story. Temperatures become quite cold. You feel it. You feel the cold because you're not getting that solar radiation through. So my hypothesis that it's that solar radiation, because of the weakness of the magnetosphere, is what is actually making the daytime much warmer than usual, but the nights cold like they used to be in winter. So I think that is that differential that we're noticing, and people are being surprised, and it sort of carries on into the evening, that warmth, and then it drops rapidly as you've got that diminishing sort of heat that actually over time that will happen in the evening. And it gets really cold in the morning, early in the morning, as everybody knows, in the southern hemisphere now that it's winter. But I think there's something in that additional solar radiation that's coming through because of this weakening magnetosphere, and that's not in the models. It's not even being looked at completely. It's only these physicists that are looking at the magnetosphere that are talking about the additional solar radiation, but nobody's actually measuring the effect. And I think that makes clear why we have this peculiar situation where in daytime, even though COVID cut back carbon so much, we're having this peculiar situation where in daytime, we're having warmer winters in the southern hemisphere than what we used to. But in the evenings, it gets quite cold like it used to be, like I remember. It can drop down to 3 sometimes in the evenings, and you can really feel the cold. It plummets. So, where it's definitely, that hasn't changed. It's just the daytime. And I think that it's because of the magnetosphere. And as we rotate, we're out of the sun, we're getting less of that solar radiation coming through to heat up that part of the planet. So it makes sense to me. That's my hypothesis anyway. If you like it, fine. If you don't, bad luck. Okay. 2 nights work schedule. I need to eat meals and not eat and drink again until the next day. Eat again. Look, the best thing is, as I said, as the sun goes down, that's when you want to have your last meal. You don't want to be eating after sunset. It's not a good thing. A lot of night shift workers eat a lot of crap through the night, and it's really damaging to their health because basically you're supposed to basically be at sleep in a sense. So your body is sensing the environment around, getting signals from the environment telling it, we're going into night. You need to tone down your basically the circadian clock in your gut. And so your gut basically tones down. So even though you're actually awake and you're actually a night shift, you would say, well, your melatonin will actually gradually increase at a lower gradient. And then, it'll actually pick up towards you adapt in a sense. It'll pick up towards the earlier hours when you really start feeling the tiredness, and then you're able to really fall asleep when you get home really, really rapidly under those circumstances. But your clock in the stomach, that's pretty much told the body, we are really down regulating metabolism, using nutrients. That's why you need to, the moment you wake up in the midday, you need to basically get stuck into food between then and sunset. And pretty much after that, it's just fluids here and there, keep it limited to how much you need. Don't overdo it. Depending on your circumstances, how much dehydration or whatever, so it depends on all those factors. But keep it real, keep it within the circadian, because about half the population do night owls because it depends on the population. Some populations, it's 33%, a third, and some it's half that have got the genetics for being night owls. Okay? So there is actual genetics because at night, some people had to stay awake to basically keep guard, or dangerous animals around that could potentially, attack the tribe. So that is why some people have those genes. And it depends on the tribe that there are some variations between how many within the tribe had those genes. So it's not completely, something that is not within our genetics. But obviously doing it for prolonged periods, day in, day out, is probably far more chronic than even if you've got those genes. So, but that's, I don't know, you understand your circumstances. I don't know what your family issues and needs and stuff like that. There's a lot of things. And all I can do is try and help you with those issues in terms of giving you some pointers how to basically better adjust those circadian clocks so you get less deleterious damage in that regard. And probably a more narrow window of eating would be even better, because then you're giving your body far more time for autophagy to deal with those stresses that come from late sleeping and all that. The more autophagy, you can clean out more of the cellular debris that will build up because of not sleeping, at night and all that, some of that sort of stuff. So it is an unhealthy thing, but if you can minimize by closing the eating window to 4 hours, 20 hours not eating, just using fluids, and pretty much getting the advantage of the autophagy to, you could say, to counterbalance some of the negative effects of shift work and stuff like that. So I hope that actually has given you some. Yep. Anyway, yes. Good morning to you, and good evening to me. Yes. Here it is 6:22 in the evening, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Nothing like having some tourists turning up. They improve the atmosphere. Yeah, I just call it doona. That's all. I didn't even use the word cover, just doona. Yes, you guys are a bit more polished. Duvet. Yes, the Brits are, yes, wear their colonial wrap bags. Especially this one. This one's a real wrap bag. King wrap bag. Yes, he definitely loves a bit of a feather as well. G'day, mate. Good to see you. Oops. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it gets stinking hot at summer. We get into the 30s plus. Actually, even in Hobart, it's got up to the 40s, or close to it, for a very limited amount of hours in the daytime. Thoughts of chemicals in smoked salmon should be avoided, in your opinion? Depends what chemicals they are. Most of that red stuff they put in is actually astaxanthin. Now, not all of them are bona fide. All the Tasmanian, like the producers down here that do the actual farmed salmon and stuff like that, I know they use astaxanthin. Why? Because I know somebody that works there. Okay? So simple as that. So they actually just put back something that is hard to, that an animal would normally in the wild get from the food that it ate. So that's what they add back, the astaxanthin, by getting, what was it? It was some sort of shellfish which they get, and they extract it from that, and then they feed it to the actual, to the fish. And also they actually make like a what is it called? A thing which they can actually inject as well. So, yeah, but it's still astaxanthin, which is still the antioxidant thing and all that. I don't know with the injectable stuff whether that helps or whether it damages it, whether it reduces the quality of the astaxanthin that ends up in the fish, in the salmon. They haven't researched it. They just want the color, but they want to keep it sort of clean so it doesn't have like coloring, because it loses. Well, they've realised that it loses value in the marketplace, so they don't use that. But I know there are other third world producers or from other parts of the world that use colouring. So, because it's much harder to get some of these crustaceans and stuff like that, to get the sort of astaxanthin to put it into the mixture in the food and all that. So what they do is they use colouring because it's easier. It's cheaper, because they don't use theirs in many cases are not offshore, but they're on, like, in estuaries, And so in those sort of estuaries, they've got like nets, and they keep them in sort of like that. The quality of the water isn't that great either. So yeah, so they pump them with antibiotics and stuff like that, and things like that. So it's a bit worse. It depends where you're sourcing it. Australia and New Zealand tend to have better quality sort of farming. Northern Europe also tends to have better quality sort of fish farming. But outside that part of the world, it's a lot of question marks. I couldn't personally tell you exactly every producer what the quality is. It would vary between these other nations. So you have to probably do your own research to get a better understanding in that regard. But the key things are, the two key things are, depending on the quality of water, it's antibiotics. And depending on the availability of astaxanthin, it's usually a sort of a colouring. It's normally nothing really dangerous. It's usually like a plant-based derived sort of colouring most of the time. But it definitely is not going to be as protective of the fish tissue when you're cooking it. So those sort of fish, I would, if you do have some of that sort of fish, I would boil than bake or fry or anything like that. So that's how I would deal with those, because they're going to have less of the antioxidant astaxanthin available to deal with any lipid peroxidation issues with the omega-3s. Actually, okay. It's more about tunas. Yep, please, thumbs up or thumbs down. I don't give a shit. Just fucking hit the like or dislike. I know the one you'll be hitting. Dislike. No, I know you're a good supporter. It's that T1 that we can't trust. Okay. Boiled bird. Can you hear that? Just listen to him. God almighty. There's no love there for you. Absolutely no love. It's just vitriolic. Absolutely vitriolic on his part. These frogs. They'll jump on any bunny. I can see this disintegrating. This conversation. Ask me a real health question, someone. We need to get back on track. God. Yep, they are, Bo. They are thick as thieves. They definitely are. Slow cookers. Yep, useful. Yep, useful. Very much. Trouble is crying over his slow cooker. Didn't explode or something. Hopefully not. Or laughing. Laughing, I think. Looks like laughing, not crying. Yes. I just noticed it's very hard on StreamYard to, because it's so tiny, the screen, the way I've sort of got positioned. I just had to look over there and realised that I was wrong. Not the first time, won't be the last time. So, any questions, guys? Anything. It could be anything. Better get stuck into this coffee because it is late, 6:30. Even though I can detox my caffeine pretty fast. I shouldn't be pushing it into the later hours. Come on, guys. Think of something. Anything. What's Richard saying? We have a saying in New Zealand, and I think Aussie, they're not wrong. Instead of saying you were right. Yeah. Yeah. Very similar in both countries in that regard. Yes, sort of means the same thing. Oh, good thinking, Bo. Okay, I did have my memory stick in. Oops. And key. I should have used this one in the morning, but I didn't get around using it. Let me just share. Yes, we know you like black holes. So this was going to be, I'll just bring it right back to the beginning. I've sort of changed as my intro to my live streams. Hold on. We're not getting audio through, are we? Oops. Stop sharing. Share audio. You idiot, Harry. Okay. So we will put this to the beginning. And so get that part. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Bugger that. It's this one. That's right. The modified one. So it goes live stream. Then it's got Jared. And then it's got Ancestral Carnival Lifestyle. So, yep, that's how it should be. Then we've got this one here, which is that's nice as well. I haven't made up my mind. I'm still going through some of these to see which ones I'm going to put into the different content. So I'm thinking, health ones, information ones, live streams, and incorporate those into these different ones. So I may actually just re-upload the actual videos on all my videos. That'll take a while, but anyway, at some point, and actually add some of these sort of transition ones and all that. So as you can see, I've created transparency of that, which is really good. There's that one. As you can see, there's a transparency. I noticed here and here, it sort of didn't, even though it's, it's got the transparency. I don't know why it just didn't handle it very well. The others did, like the black hole one really looks good because it's with the transparency now. So you can see the background and it really sort of sits, it's got all those bands, which is supposedly the sort of those gravity waves, so to speak. So it actually sits right really well, the transparency on that one. And then we've got the black sphere. This is quite nice. I don't mind this. And it's much better with the transparency on now. It really incorporates well with all the sort of logos and stuff like that. So, yeah, I had a couple of days where I just went spastic. Looks much better with the transparency. Yeah, so I went a bit spastic on these. I actually prefer the green. It actually better contrast rather than the blue. The blue is just too dark, where the green is much better for the transparency. I'm finding it looks much better. Boom. So yes, and the cartoon one, we can't forget the cartoon one. And that sits really nice, sort of as a transparency like that. This is the other cartoon one. I actually like how, it's a bit of a 3D thing there. Yeah, I know it's comical, but I'm a freaking comedian. You should know that. Or a useless comedian. You know what that is? Survivor. No BS Survivor. I don't mind this. It's a bit more professional. That's a bit of a more professional touch. Yes, in that regard, the chain reaction one makes me look half decent. But I know that's just delusional. Now, this is the sort of stuff I like. Boom. Fire and water. And a combustion title. I wish it was more explosive. It's not explosive enough. Actually, the text on that is quite good. I actually like that text. Or that font, to be more precise. That's not too bad either. Yeah, I've done quite a few. You asked for it. That's very much a professional logo. That is really a professional logo. Yes, that is, yes, a true professional logo. And I'm hopeless many other things, but that is, that's probably the most professional one looking. And the other one, the ball going down. But I needed to play with some of this other stuff. That's just a short transition thing that you can actually use if you're going from one person to the other, like a transition thing. So it's just short. I just couldn't get the form exactly the way I wanted it, but can't control these things. These are just transitional ones. That's why they're short. They're not logo ones or intros. They're just short. That's what happens when you're bored in the evening after work. I actually did these on my work computer, not on my computer here. It's too fucking slow. It's giving the shits. I need to sort it out or buy a new one. I'm actually looking at buying a new one. It's giving me the absolute shits. At least on my work one, it's got more grunt graphics processor, so it actually does a better job quicker. There you go. There's a rebellious carnivore. And let's not forget my past anarchistic youthfulness. We want a pirate one as well. Oi, me laddies. But I had to have the pirate one. You know me. Yes, yes. Gotta have the pirate one. The rest of you can have the Carney Rebellion one. Rebel against the food industry. I actually like both of them in a sense, both the blue and the red. The only thing I don't know whether it's a darker blue I should have had on the other one. Still thinking about that one. That's a sort of another sort of transition one. This is more professional. This is a computer-based, which I modified, a computer-based template, so you can actually see like a processor. So it's, it's just me having a bit of stupid fun. I tried a few of the other colors, but I settled on the red. It looks much better. It looks like a metallic red. So sort of goes much better. Got a few more. Hope you're not bored. That's my surreal moment. Contemplating. I'm Luke Skywalker. May the force be with you. Look, I couldn't help it. Couldn't fix up the transition there, just the misalignment. I tried it a couple of times, removing and all that just made it worse. So that's just another transition folded thing. And the parallax one. Some sciencey approaches. And planet Earth, just to annoy the flat earthers. It's not too bad, but it's probably not exactly what I want. In the supernova. Well, I hope you're still awake in that regard. Yes, yes. Somebody's dripping blood. I don't know. I hope that's not in regards to all these. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Definitely some cool effects there and all that. Definitely are. So, hi everyone. Never made one of these live before. Pretty excited. Thanks, Harry. Great content. Not a problem. You're welcome. I hope it's helped. I eat foods that increase my metabolic rate and lower inflammation, oxidative stress. Can't diet. Yep. Yeah. Look, that's the problem with keto. It can be a bit deficient in some key nutrients, and and I hope you're doing a bit more nose to tail. That helps as well. We know you like the black sphere as well, don't you? We know. I've got a lot of concerns about you, T2. You know that, don't you? No comment from you. Surprising. Holding back. What's wrong with you? Yes. Yeah, they were quite enjoyable. Yeah, look, I think I got too carried away, as you can see. And because I was talking to my mate and he goes, you did how many? And I go, yeah, I did quite a few. And he goes, well, you're just going to make things much harder for you to decide which ones to use and all that. And I go, yes. I said, I'll have to be, I'm only going to keep some, but I'm actually thinking of, I actually said to him, look, I'm going to redo them because I've got the template, so I just can readjust it and redo them. And I said, what I probably will do is look at my content, the way I've got my playlists, and then consider how can I combine it appropriate with those playlists and do it that way. And so they're going to end up becoming like theme based. There'll be one like that one that I've got with Jared and all that, which is my regular sort of, I'll have that as an intro for the live stream, for the standard live stream in the morning on Sunday. For the Euro one, Asia one that's every fortnight, I'm still thinking about which one to have, whether to throw in that, that globe effect goes around or to try something different. I've even thought about basically looking at the design that I've got for my Euro-Asian one, incorporating the bull somehow in that, if I can, if it sort of seems, and really setting it on one of the others. I still haven't worked out, there's the asteroid one, but I tried last time, but it really made a mess of it. I'm trying to find something that's similar to the asteroid one, so it's a nice intro, but it's actually got like parts of Europe, sort of like part of the asteroid, but in a more uniform way. Yes, I'm still trying to work that one out to get it the right way, to sort of transition as an intro. So yeah, still working on that one. See how we go, or how I go. Got high bilirubin and low in a blood test, Harry. 20-hour fast. Heard of this? Okay, well, you may have. Sometimes with bilirubin, it can be an issue with the gallbladder. So that can. Normally, do you how are you normally when you're just eating your normal diet? Is that sort of normal? Not a big issue. The other issue that could be with bilirubin is, your I think somebody actually contacted me a while ago, and they had similar issues. And I think I've made a remark on one of the other videos in regards to that they could have a liver issue in that regard. So remember what I actually recommended last time? Milk thistle and choline. So that's, yeah. Yep. That's true. Yep. That can cause, but, and that's a possibility, but I find it, it sometimes can be also a gallbladder issue, like an underlying gallbladder issue that's never been resolved, or some gallbladder sludge. And when you do because you do it a 20-hour, is it 20-hour you did some sort of test. Yeah. So were you fasting before, or were you basically just eating normal? Because sometimes that can get a bit out of whack as well. But there are two possibilities: what Alex is saying, or a gallstone type issue or sludge can cause these sort of unusual levels of sort of look at your eyes as well in the mirror to see whether you've got any redness in your eyes or yellowness. Particular yellowness will actually tell you that it's much worse than basically. So yes, so do take a look at that sort of stuff. And you are taking milk thistle and choline, yeah, she said, which is good. Let me know how you go. There are some other herbs that you can actually take and stuff like that. There's also ultimately, so 20 hours as I'm OMAD and couldn't get blood tests until afternoon. No jaundice or color changes. So you don't really have the symptoms. So it could be one of those unusual things. Sometimes some people, when they're fasted, can actually create these unusual sort of measurements of bilirubin. We're not 100% sure. Other things that can actually cause this sort of stuff is, some sort of low level inflammation. The other thing is sludge, and the other thing is gallstones. So it can be a number of factors. If I would basically keep an eye on it, there's another option, which is basically healing. So I would go up to 3 grams of choline per day, not 1, go up to 3. Stick to the standard dose as far as you're basically taking in. Also, are you feeling any sort of discomfort when you eat, or discomfort when you're sort of like under your rib cage where your liver is? Because that could be a gallbladder related issue. And if that's the case, then milk thistle is good in that regard for the liver, but malic acid is really good as well. So yes. That's the 600 deuce. It's not a bad company. And that's the 600 dose. you can actually get from, I think there are other companies as well that have higher doses. You probably want a 2,000 milligram, 2 grams. If you've got that sort of discomfort, can feel a little queasy sometimes. Could be gallstones, could be gall sludge as well. To clear that out, malic acid does weaken it. Going a bit hard, up to 2,000 milligrams, will soften it and actually make it easier to clear out, because that could be holding back and causing this bilirubin effect. And so what happens is some people get like, occasionally they'll be just normal and then they'll get some diarrhea, and then they'll just be normal for quite a while as bilirubin builds up, and then they'll get this sort of diarrhea type effect as well, like which is sort of related to it. So that, let's say I've suffered with, my father was in surgery for gallstones. So, well, he didn't get the surgery, but it actually passed, but it gave him pancreatitis for a while, and he was in a really sorry state, the poor old boy. So, yes, gallstones, kidney stones, oh, those fucking plants are great, aren't they? Never cease giving pain, even when once you've given up on them. So, oops, just lost my spot. Yeah, it is a bit, I know. Yeah, can't do much about that. It's just the way it is, the template. G'day, Dominic. Good to see you, mate. New, otherwise okay. Been since last. H1C is fine. Lipid upset by doc. Lipids upset by doc. Doctors, I mean. Where the fuck are you? Yep. Yeah, keep an eye on it, Richard. Just keep an eye on it. Look, garlic and onions do have sulfur. They are sulfur-rich foods. I don't recommend them. You can get sulfur-rich foods in animal foods, especially eggs and liver. But if you've got a bit of and some of the seafood is quite where sulfur's available. Sulfur's important for the body. That's true. Probably garlic is, it's got some hormetic benefits, but also has some other issues with it. Onions are probably least disagreeable with me. But as I said, I don't tell people what to eat. I just tell them, if you're doing 95% or 90% or 85% carnivore, much better than doing the standard diet. So what works for you, what you can persist and continue with. Because at the end of the day, if you can't do 100%, I would rather you doing 70%, 80%, 85% is much better than doing the standard diet. So, look, they're not really. I don't really have any science. There is no science that actually says that they are bad or good for the skin in that regard. Any real science we're talking about, real mechanism and all that, there is none. All there is basically some of the phytochemicals that are in there have been shown, have been associated, to be more precise, associated, not causally linked, but associated to have some hermetic benefits. If it's not really causing you any real issues and you like the stuff, Occasionally I'll go to Dad's and he'll cook up some meat, and he's cooked up some onions and thrown them on top, and I'll have a bit. I'm not going to be basically antisocial about it with Dad or upset him in any way, since he's gone to the trouble of cooking it all. Boy, oh boy, uncontrollable, isn't he? Yes, it does. It does help with bioproduction and also with transporting fats out of the liver. That's it. That's one of the big things that it does. Really important to get those fats out of the liver and the liver uncongested, because fatty liver is you're heading towards destruction of your liver long term. So choline is the key transporter and and one of the other two pathways of methylation, choline betaine and the B9 B12 pathway. And if you've got the SNP that I've got, my two fucked situations, the choline and all that, I take choline, and I also take riboflavin, and I take my riboflavin in milk. So I always make sure I have a glass of milk, which is about a big glass, which is sort of an 8 ounce plus, which is 500 mils, and that pretty much gives me around 100%, 104% of my riboflavin needs. Plus, I get shitloads of riboflavin from the diet, from the meats, which are high in riboflavin. I support really well that pathway and keep my homocysteine levels down. So, yes, so it's good for that as well. But, choline is good. But also, it depends. If you've got the FXR enzyme that is important in liver functioning and biosynthesis, and also cleaning up some of the gunk, the scar tissue. This enzyme helps clear up some of the scar tissue in the any sort of fibrotic sort of scarring in the liver. Well, two things actually help with that. Milk thistle helps, but also, even in a more potent way, is R-alpha lipoic acid. That is sort of one of the master antioxidants, alpha lipoic acid. And it's actually, you can either buy it in supplements, or you can eat organ meats, especially liver, which is higher in alpha lipoic acid. So that's what they used for the people that had actually in the Texas University back in, I can't remember whether it was so long now. I read that study. It was either I think it was back in the 70s, where these guys had actually eaten mushrooms that were poisonous and had really fucked up their livers, and they were given at this Texas medical center, they were given basically alpha by a doctor who was a bit of a maverick, alpha lipoic acid, and basically he healed these people which were destined to die from liver failure. So alpha lipoic acid can really do wonders for both people that have been alcoholics or other things that have caused a lot of damage to their liver. So, obviously there's a threshold. Your liver, if it gets beyond a certain threshold, like chronic fibrosis and chronic damage, it's not like, like acute damage, which happens in a small amount of time, which you can mitigate. But severe long-term damage is going to be much harder to deal with. So the quicker you start using choline, milk thistle, alpha lipoic acid and stuff like that, the better it's going to be in the long run for you. So keep that in mind, guys. So if you've got liver problems, use those options. I had a watermelon, maybe a little too much. You may have loose stools as well. Yes. Why is watermelon producing inflammation? Fructose? Depends. People have different sensitivity. Actually, the best part of the watermelon, this is the funny part, there's a bit of L-citrulline in the flesh, but there's not much. In the white part, the rind, the white part, that's where there's shitloads of L-citrulline. And so all the, the companies that basically do like watermelon in containers where they cut off the ends and all that ends, they actually send it to supplement makers. That's what they use to make L-citrulline. It's that rind, that white stuff, is where they derive L-citrulline. So L-citrulline goes in, gets into the bloodstream, gets converted, doesn't go to the liver, goes to the bloodstream. Arginine, if you have it as a supplement, goes direct into the liver, and arginine, when the liver sees it, goes, oh, there's heaps of arginine here, just takes it. It's a hog. It's a fucking, it's a guts, it's basically, give arginine via the meat and stuff like that to the liver, can have it, but give your endothelial cells basically L-citrulline, which will get converted, and you'll have more vasodilation. And according to flappers as well, stronger hard-ons. And I can testify to that as well. I shouldn't be confirming or denying. People get the wrong ideas. Okay, that's good. If you got, at least that means you don't really have any underlying severe liver health problems. Because if you've basically got jaundice or got, you will notice you'll notice some redness in the eyes from that additional inflammation of your liver, or this sort of yellowness that you'll get even on your skin slightly. So you'll know if you're not basically detoxifying properly, your liver's not functioning properly. So you see the alcoholics that have really got sort of this sort of yellowy skin. It's not, reddish and pink like ours is. So, it's a giveaway that these people are sick. They've got liver problems. So I don't think you've got liver problems. So I don't think you need the alpha lipoic acid, but I think you may have some underlying, because you probably did more plants in the past. And even I've sort of had issues with my gallbladder. I've still got some stones in there. I've done a bit of a product. I've cleared out some, but they seem to struggle to come out or not want to come out. So, so occasionally when I get the courage to put myself through another fucking week of having to go high dose malic acid and softening the stuff up, and then having a couple of days where I'm basically just, going more regular to the toilet, as you can understand, and that is fucking annoying. So, yes, the protocols of so basically, it does help in getting that working much better. So, I sort of, when I do it, I get bile salts. I've got up there, but I haven't used them for a while. I've got sort of enzymes, and literally I will put, I don't need a lot in those days either, and I'll just put the enzymes, I'll put the bile salts in to basically sort of get the sort of everything working a bit and recycling properly and all that. And I use some malic acid to basically, high doses, like 2,000 milligrams, and to basically just soften these bastards. And a bit of lemon juice also helps. Apple cider vinegar definitely has, but can be very corrosive to your teeth, which is a problem. So I prefer just using malic acid supplements in that regard. And it just basically means you soften it, and choline also helps with pushing some of this stuff out. I have used in the past alpha lipoic acid. I definitely use MK4 because it's very important to minoquinone 4 is tied, there's studies, it's tied to biosynthesis of bile. So, that's a given as well. But the allopoic acid, I did use it in the past once, and then I sort of said, why am I wasting my money on this when I don't really need it? It's not as if I've got, underlying liver issues or whatever. It's just basically, I'm exporting everything with choline and all that. So it's just the sludge there that seems to take, once it's actually developed, it's much harder to clear out. So let that be a lesson to people who consume for many years vegetables. Yes, these are the consequences we live with, because you're not eating enough animal foods. You're not eating enough fat. You're not mobilizing sufficient. If you're basically eating fats, this is why Inuit never, they don't even have a name for gallstones or anything like that. Same thing with the Maasai. It doesn't exist. It's not a condition. They do get it. So if you go to Nairobi, the capital city, where the Maasai move some of them from the tribal areas and go and live in those cities and start eating carbs and other shit like that, yep, they do get gallstones as well. So, in particular, rapid weight loss and low-fat diets cause this problem. Then when you've got insufficient bile production and all that, because it's all really gone into a mess, and then you put in fats, you get inflamed because you can't handle it. And people say, oh, it's all the fats. No, it's not. It's basically you fucked up your gallbladder, and now it's not functioning properly to basically deal with the fats you're putting in. So you have to fix that properly before. And that's why I say some people transitioning from plant-based diets should probably include some plants and go for leaner cuts of meat and sort of slowly transition with the fats and all that, because they just can't handle them properly until they can sort these things out. So, yes, good to hear that that you don't have any real signs of jaundice or anything like that, which is good. There was a study that showed that men, not women, can have elevated bilirubin levels. Yeah, possibly, But the problem is with all these studies, and I've looked at in the past, they don't explain mechanism, and they're all observational. So is it the diet? Which part of the diet? Who knows? All I can say is looking at ancestral societies and then looking at modern societies. And if you look at the statistics, and these are observational again, they go in lockstep. And so there is strong statistical correlation. So it's not causation, but it's strong statistical correlation that as we moved to more carbohydrates, the level of these issues like gallstones, bilirubin levels higher, all these sort of related issues with liver problems actually went up as well. Just look at fatty liver. All that went up as well. It's even in little kids, the level, because of fructose, because of high fructose corn syrup and all the fruit juices. So inflaming their livers. And Lustig, the guy from California, the academic that did all those studies on fructose, he basically did isocaloric studies, which is isocaloric means same calories for everyone, but he replaced the fructose part with glucose. Gave them a crappy diet, absolutely crappy diet. These kids were eating junk food, but a glucose-based, 100% glucose-based junk food, and junk foods with a lot of fructose in it. Those kids got healthier. They basically reversed their fatty liver because glucose is not toxic. It may fatten you up when you engage the Randle cycle, but it's not toxic to the liver. Okay? So it'll get exported out as triglycerides and go and get stored into fat cells, or basically used as energy, one of the two. Fructose, on the other hand, actually gets stored as fat droplets in your liver. Alcohol does the same thing. This is why alcoholics have bad livers, like people on high fructose diets. And then when I hear other carnivores, which we won't mention, saying fructose is great. Have as much honey as you like. You go, what the fuck? First it was seasonal, very hard to get, and now you're telling me they have it, or you can eat buffet of fructose. No thanks. So the studies are there, quite clear, showing quite clear mechanism, isocaloric, no difference in calories. This group of kids are eating junk, and they're reversing their fatty liver. This group of kids, and they're not losing weight. They're actually, the ones that are on glucose, they have to basically give them more glucose towards the end as they progress through the study, because they're starting to lose weight. They're trying to keep them weight stable as well. So then they're forced to actually go away from the isocaloric and actually give them more calories in terms of glucose to keep them from losing weight. So because kids tend to have a high metabolic rate and can handle glucose and energy much better than older people who lose more mitochondrial health and all that, because especially nowadays with the food environment the way it is, they can actually handle more and still resolve their fatty liver. That's quite clear, that's quite clear mechanism. That's a clinical study, controlled conditions. There's no ifs or buts. It's quite clear. Fructose is problematic in that regard. And I think these whole issues, men tend to consume more soft drinks than women. Women tend to drink more water. Men tend to be far more, let's say, into the junk food than women. That's true. So is it the more toxic foods that people are eating that is the cause? Or, this is the problem with epidemiology. What's the factor? Unless it's a clinical study to actually tease out what the factor is, where basically, just let me throw that dart, let's see what I hit. That's not science. That's just basically speculation. Anyway, so yes, we need to do clinical studies with some of this stuff. We need to identify people and then do clinical studies and make some alterations to see what are the potential variables, have a hypothesis and say, okay, is it this component? Let's change this. One group will stay standard. This group will change. What's going to happen to those bilirubin levels? That's what we need to do. We haven't really done studies like that. We've done them on rats, but they're problematic because they're already made to have like damaged livers, which isn't natural. So just because something and then the components that are, then you've got also the mouse chow, and they've only changed a couple of things, but there's not much difference, and the differences is very small, and so it's even more confounding, more confusing. So we're not getting anywhere with those sort of studies, unfortunately. Good for academic tenure and for bragging rights for some academics, but doesn't really elucidate any truth or knowledge for us to really understand what's really happening. Okay, fair enough. So, yeah. So maybe shoot me through the study. I want to read it. Send me through, because I haven't seen one with the people fasting and healthy. That would be interesting to know, to see. Ah, yes. Oops. Where was I? No. I haven't. I've done what is called, they do a heart scan to see what your heart is like. So that's pretty much it. So they look at scarring and stuff like that. So horse meat. Oh, okay. Some people want horse meat. It's good. Good stuff. I didn't want to blow you off either, but CAC score just tells you whether your major coronary artery has calcification. Mine has. That's quite clear. It was 90%. Everybody knows that. The difference is it hasn't progressed, it's receded. So there was less calcium, but I haven't done a calcium score. But I would say it's still fairly high. But the bypass surgery was clear. There was no scarring, which is most important because if you've got scar tissue, that is progression of heart disease. So complete reversal of all scarring. So no scarring in the heart and good blood perfusion. That means blood was still going through all the unblocked arteries. Both the bypass ones were completely clear. So there was no progression of new. And there was some, what they said, regression in the ones that were blocked. So, but they didn't tell me exactly how much. Oops. So in that regard, I don't know. And I'm not really interested because basically telling me I've got no scarring, telling me basically that I've got good blood perfusion is telling me that the heart is functioning properly. There's no arrhythmias. So there's no irregular sort of heartbeats or electrical. So the electrical state of the heart is working properly. Oxygen is getting everywhere. So it's working properly. Okay, some arteries are still blocked from the original blockage, which was bypassed. It's regressed to some extent, but they never told me exactly how much because that's not the scan that they did. They did a scan to look at how, because they put you in a scanner and the heart's actually working. So they're looking at the heart in a working way. CAC score doesn't do that. What it's doing is actually just looking at those arteries to see whether they've got calcium or not. But that doesn't tell you, the problem with that, which I've or many others don't tell you, is it doesn't tell you whether it's stable calcium or unstable calcium. So is the tissue, is the actual, because when you actually look at it, it's really hard to actually see, how can I say, volume, because you're looking at it like an X-ray and you're seeing it, but it may be just coating the inside much thinner. And it's stable with collagen tissue binding it and stabilizing it. And it's not an issue. And slowly, by using high levels of MK4 over a number of years with a cleaner diet, you'll basically slowly take away that calcium. But if you do a calcium score, you can get, depending on the angle, this is the other thing that I learned, the angle of the actual scan can actually change the score. So if the technician that does it in a certain way and you go to somebody else who does it in a slightly different way, they can get a slightly different measurement. So there are issues with the CAC score. Yes, it tells you that you've got calcification, but in many cases doesn't tell you the morphology. How's it distributed? So that's where you need to basically either put a catheter through. So you put it through your penis, and it goes right up to your heart, and they can actually check like that to basically see what's actually happening inside and imaging it. Or they put you in a scanner and they image you properly to basically, which what I did, and it takes quite some time. You're in the scanner, and they actually put even a dye through. It's sort of a nuclear dye, you know. But anyway, I wanted to find out. You do things like that, and then you sort of take a number of things to deal with all that shit after. So I did fast. So I was in a state of ketosis, which was important because you're more protective that way. And so at the same time, I dealt with it with a number of other things, chelators like selenium and stuff like that. So I did all these sort of things. But anyway, that's beyond this point. But the reality is what they're looking at by scanning it, they can see the actual heart muscle. It's like, have you seen those scanners where they're looking and they can actually see like the body in real motion and all that? That's what it is. So it's not like an X-ray where it's just saying, oh yeah, you've got calcium here. It's actually looking into the heart as it's pumping and functioning, all its chambers. They can see whether there's any calcification on, the different valves. They were all clear. So the valves were clear, no fibrosis. That means no scarring, which you get from a heart attack or heart disease. Usually people have scarring, some damage to the heart from, for when it doesn't function and you've got a lot of blockage for a long period of time, you will sustain some level of scarring. Okay. I was told that I had a bit of, that there was, as a consequence, there was some markers in the blood that actually showed that when I had the operation. They didn't, they never give you details, but I knew that I had some damage to the heart, but it was very minor. They said you're young, it should improve hopefully with age, with time, if you keep your diet clean and stuff like that. That's the sort of the mantra. If it gets worse, we'll give you medication. That's what the doctors told me at the time. But what has actually happened since then, after 10 years, having a cleaner diet, I haven't been an angel, but it's cleaner diet in general, 90% plus. We've seen no scarring. So I'm happy about that. Good blood perfusion. That means good oxygenation going into the blood, all over the blood. So it's well oxygenated. So all the different parts of the heart are getting oxygen and nutrients. So it's fine in that regard. There's some calcification there that hasn't been cleared out. It's regressed. I don't know by how much. I don't really care. It's unimportant. The only thing that I want to know is that no scarring and it's functioning and all that. And I've got no issues underlying. That's what you really want to know. So you've got to be very careful with CAC scores. CAC scores are good to do if you've never had a heart condition. So if you don't know what your status is, do a CAC score to see where you are at. But then once you do a CAC score, that's not enough. You need to do this sort of scan that I did to see whether you've got scarring, damage, whether you've got calcification on the valves so they're not working properly. And so the chambers are not functioning properly, all these sort of things, because that can mean not enough oxygen is being pushed around and you may be getting, neuropathy at the edges or, brain fog or all sorts of other health related issues, which may be related to a poorly functioning heart. So it's the functioning capacity of the heart, which is more important than the calcification. The calcification is just basically, it's the red flag that tells you, oh, you got a problem. But then you have to do a further investigation to really find out what sort of problem you have. So very important. So I'm not going to really bother with a CAC score because, it's unimportant to me. I know that I've got some calcification. Whoopee. The problem is it hasn't progressed any further, which is good. The heart is in greater nick than what it was the last time they checked. So as far as I'm concerned, from the scan that they did before, when I went in for surgery and all that, to the scan that they did 10 years later, it's much better. So I suspect that if I'd done a CAC score back then and do a modern CAC score now, it probably would have shown regression. So if I do one now and it shows that I'm, 400, 500, 600 or whatever, I could have been 2,000 or 3,000 back then, but nobody knows. So what have I achieved? I've just basically, said this is at this point, because that's all it's telling you at a specific point. But I know from the other stuff that I did while I was in hospital 10 years later, and that tells me that the heart is in better nick, no scarring. So zero scarring, good blood perfusion. So there's no calcification of the valves. So they're working properly. So they're pushing blood through the different chambers of the heart. So that's working properly. So why care? Why go out and pay $250 or whatever to do a CAC? Because down here in Tasmania, it's limited. So last time I checked, it was about $250. I'm not prepared to throw away that money. If I can get my doctor to basically do it, I may do it. I actually may ask him, but he'll probably tell me to go fuck because what he usually says, he says, nah, you'll have to go and see the cardiologist, and if he approves it, fine. So GPs won't approve it. In Australia, you have to go to a cardiologist, and cardiologist is going to say, well, we just did a scan on you. What do you need a CAC score? So they won't do it. So you'll have to go. I'd have to go to private and pay $250 to basically get it done. No, that's a lot of meat. So it's unimportant to me. I'm not sort of trying to avoid the thing. I just don't want to have to pay. It's my money. So you bastards have me thinking of meat. Bird brain, probably. Yeah, who else? What are they trying to say? Eastern Europe, they are saying that onions help to have a hard on. Look, sulfur does help. Sulfur does help. How does it help? I'll tell you how it helps. The glycocalyx, those little hairline structures, that are in your arteries, those little hairs that are a few microns in length, about 6 microns, I think, are very short. Those little hair, they are glycoproteins, and at the tip, they've got these little sugar molecules. And that's where you get the actual, from any sulfur food, it sulfonates, that sulfur sticks. And that sulfonation actually allows for the negative charge to flow through. It increases vasodilation. It increases nitric oxide synthesis. So, yes, it helps. But onions and garlic, they do have, in high amounts, they do have some negatives as well. So, eggs are a good sulfur source, much better and safer sulfur source. So are organ meats like liver. So you don't need onions. And if you take a look, because they're such alcoholics, a lot of the Eastern Europeans, some of my friends are, and if you're listening, yes, you are, and you know it. And, even one of my friends, she basically has said, in the morning, like Russians, I'll get up and I'll have vodka for breakfast. For fuck's sake. So, they probably need the vasodilation, I can tell you. And they tend to have, potatoes and a lot of that sort of stuff, and tend to have higher levels of issues, much higher levels of cardiovascular disease than Western Europeans. So a lot of people attribute it to the alcohol, but there are plenty of other populations that also consume quite a bit of alcohol, like the Russians, and don't have the same levels. I think also their diet doesn't help, but that's my opinion in that regard. One will make you nice and red, and like a pink. You'll look like a red, like a red ball. Your head will look like a red ball. Beetroot. That's it, like a beetroot. You'll have a head like a beetroot. The no flush one will damage your liver over time. Not a good thing. No. The no flush niacin should be made illegal, in my opinion. It's not good for the liver health. So, yes. Sounds pleasant. At least it's not as cold as here. I've done flushes with greenstones that came out, gallstones. Yeah. They are nasty, nasty sort of stuff. Yes. Okay, now I'm going all over the place because I've missed questions here and all that with me ranting. Yep. Oh, I'm glad you do enjoy the stuff. Yeah, you can have too much salt. That's true. Yeah, usually the body can handle more in summer. The other thing is that if you don't overconsume water in that regard, especially in winter, what happens is your antidiuretic hormones sort of upregulate slightly to contain in more salt. And so you can have negative effects because of those antidiuretic hormones. So it can be a bit nuanced in that regard. So yes, you sort of, and in those cases, you can up some of the other electrolytes to sort of balance that out again. So more magnesium, great. Magnesium ATP supports ATP production. So, yep, I'm not against it. But it's all about that homeostasis that you want to achieve at a good level. So you're not getting sort of, let's say, lightheaded. Sort of lost my. You're welcome. Yeah, it's just sort of there's a lot of confusion out there because if you take a look at past populations before refrigeration, nobody had any issues of this sort because people used to put plenty of salt. Because of that extra salt that it was getting into the diet, what happens is the body naturally gets used to those high sodium levels and will dump them, keep on dumping them out. And so maintain that homeostasis. And that's the nice thing about it. Problem now is we're artificially doing this because we use refrigeration and we're sort of artificially and sort of sometimes not getting the ratios right and stuff. And this is where we get some sort of, and also the transitions. People have different points of transition as well, which is the other thing. What are you talking about? The famous list from Birdie. It's a famous list. Hey, how come I'm not aware of it? Oh, God. Yeah, I feel like that as well with them. Yes. Most psychos, it's calling you a psycho. Do you realize that? Are you going to take that, bird brain? God almighty. A lot of people like lists, apparently. I'm glad you do. There's nothing like a list of something, but I'm not sure what, but who cares? You most likely have already eaten horse meat. I recall a scandal near you, horse meat being used in beef burgers. I'm sure it's done quite often. Yeah, probably. It's a bit like, let's say, dog meat and a few other things in parts of Asia. I've probably eaten some of that sort of stuff without realizing. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if that happens. I would say so. A lot of that sort of stuff. Yes, it is an issue in a number of parts of the world when it comes to food ethics, food security, food safety, all that sort of stuff. You sort of have to be a bit careful Where was that? No, it wasn't that. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Thought I knew which one it is. Anyway, back to it. Yes, horse meat. I don't know whether I've ever tried it. Maybe because I've been in Europe for a number of years. Maybe I did at some stage without realising. Who knows? It's one of those peepers. Yes. So, sounds interesting. Sounds potentially there's a smelly point to this. If I've actually missed any questions with my rants, can people sort of re-put them, please? Because there is the potential that I have. I do go on these strange, perverse type rants. Can't help myself. You know me. They only print on one side. Okay, now I'm really lost. Is stearic acid in supplements safe? I don't think there's a problem with stearic acid. Let's put it that way. It's a saturated fat. It's quite stable. It's actually used for a number of things. Look, stearic acid is probably, I have heard of it. I haven't seen it, and I can't tell you specific supplements that it's used in much higher doses in some sort of, what are they called, those weight loss sort of supplements. What stearic acid, like palmitate, but in particular stearic acid, which is higher in beef, what it does is it actually induces reverse electron transport. So back through complex 1, it actually forces the reversal, and there's an interaction between complex 2, reversal of electrons being pushed back via complex 3, and they are actually being pushed through 1 to create reactive oxygen species for signaling purposes only. And what it does is it tells the cell, I want to biogenesis more mitochondria. And it's believed that if you do that with these sort of, it's going to boost your mitochondrial production. I have question marks on that because it depends on your general health, your general diet, your general nutrition. Just the stearic acid itself, yes, can induce this, but how successful it's going to signal, do not know. I would rather be eating meat, keeping those growth factors to a certain level and forcing the cell to basically say, let's just create a bit. There seems to be a bit of energy here that we need to deal with. It's, because you don't have the growth factors to deal with it. Because, these sort of saturated fats and all that, they won't spike, and if you're eating only meat, you're going to keep insulins much lower. So that glucagon to insulin ratio is going to be low. So as a consequence, the body will induce this sort of biosynthesis of new mitochondria. So on a standard diet, if you induce a lot of stearic acid, we've got no studies. So I've got no idea whether this is inhibited because of the Randall cycle or not, because nobody's tested. So until somebody actually tests whether this reverse electron transport can work under conditions of the Randall cycle or not, no idea. So I can't give you an answer at all because we don't have the science. It's nothing. We could speculate. I suspect it may inhibit it because it may slow down the amount of that substrate of energy going in. So you will get a lower pronouncement of the signaling. But do I know definitively? No fucking way. Anybody that tells you that they do, they're fucking lying to you because there's no science. So we've got no mechanism to demonstrate. We know that it does happen, this reverse electron transport. We actually can get the signaling. We've detected the signaling and all that. But that's under ideal conditions. Under conditions of a sad diet with a supplementation, fucked if I know. Is it a problem? I don't think so. If it's the only issue with supplements is obviously saturated fat like a stearic acid, very stable, but could it be denatured? Could it be damaged because of the production process and all that? And could that be a problem if it gets incorporated in your tissue? No science, no nothing. I usually steer away from it because of these concerns. Not because of stearic acid, which is a good saturated fat, but because I've got concerns about the manufacturing process. So I'd rather say, I think I'll steer away. And I just stick to things that are using bovine gelatin and purified water and things like that, which are much cleaner. I've got less issues with. So it's just me. I play it safe. There may be absolutely no problem. You may even get a benefit, but I can't prove it either way. So I can't definitively say go one way or another because I've got no fucking idea. And nobody does. So it's pretty much it. That's okay. Not a problem, trouble. Thanks for being around. Thanks for your support and take care. And see you at some point later in the next week. Caution, questions maybe missed during rants. Exactly. Thanks, Richard. Yes, that is a strong possibility. My rants can go on for long periods. Yes. Trying to explain details. Yep, I clarified that. Did. We are a wonderful, friendly crowd. Bar two. We know who they are. Or maybe one. Maybe the other one. Yeah. Okay. Is there an antagonist to adrenaline as to melatonin to cortisol? Oh, well, you can, if you want to lower, the best, easiest way, sodium. Simple. Sodium, can bring it under control. At that short bit where your adrenaline, rushes, let's say you see a tiger, you go, oh shit, you're out of here, all those things. You need to get, you're in a hyper blasting mode to get the fuck out of there. But, you'll get an adrenaline rush under certain circumstances. It usually dissipates in that regard. But if you've basically got, you've got sort of really a chronic state and all that, usually sodium because it can help in that regard. But it's very much, most of the time, it sort of dissipates normally, in that regard. And so I usually say, well, if you've got good sodium levels, a lot of these things seem to it's all about homeostasis. So when you've got melatonin, you've got blue blocking glasses, are you basically sleeping properly? Are you basically getting up in the morning, looking at the light as coming over the horizon? Yes, that horizon, exactly, flat earth as it's coming over the horizon, and basically getting it into your eyes. And then as it dips down on the horizon as the earth rotates, the rounded ball that we're on. And, when it does that, you're actually getting your body to transcript appropriately and, signal properly. So in terms of melatonin, and bring down cortisol, because cortisol, melatonin, are the yin yang. So when one is up, the other one is down. So it's sort of the yin yang. So, at night, if you basically you're not wearing blue blocking, you're getting a lot of, dopamine hits, and you're getting a lot of basically looking at screens and getting a lot of blue light, and you're really, that, and you're really wired up and all that. Yep. You'll be basically in that really sort of cycle. But, and that's the problem, and you'll have suppressed melatonin, but it goes through the cycle. But adrenaline, God, don't worry about it. It doesn't last for very long. While sodium has a bit of a suppressive, if there is physiological reasons for it to be elevated, it will stay up to get you out of harm's way or whatever, or a stressful moment where you really, just explode, and then you have that big rush, and then it dissipates. It doesn't last for that long, really. So I wouldn't really worry too much about it. I think people overtaxing your adrenals, which is a completely different issue, norepinephrine, epinephrine, this, which is tied to cortisol levels. This is really a circadian issues, not getting proper sleep, not basically, balancing your hormones properly, all these sort of issues, lifestyle related issues that just exacerbate that stuff. So got to be very careful. Drying out my throat. Too much talking today. Yes. Starting to get cold. Stay in there. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't stay long. Damn, my throat's gone dry. Especially today, I don't know why. Normally I can do long sessions. I did one with Bart, then live stream, then Euro. Did multiple hours, but what was it, about 9 hours once. Just sometimes is. What causes high blood pressure? A friend of mine has this, testing the adrenal glands. Oh, well, testing the wrong thing. You can have low sodium and have high blood pressure. You can have high sodium. You can have high blood pressure. The thing that actually drives it is insulin resistance. It's water retention. That means fluid mismanagement. Your body can't manage the fluids properly. Can I have high blood pressure due to kidney damage as well? So there's a lot of factors that can be at play. Take your pick. You would really have to check your kidneys to see what condition they're in. And then if they're not in good nick, I'd put the person on a therapeutic ketogenic diet with a lower protein level. And, that case, and with certain things like alpha lipoic acid, stuff like that, to heal the kidneys. I'd also get them to use more, because I don't know what the cause is. It may be basically kidney stones, it may be oxalates, it may be other things that are causing some of that damage. So I'd be getting citric acid and stuff like that to sort of basically clear out the kidneys of any calcification and to get them to function better. So there's that issue as well. So there's a lot of factors there. It could be a mitochondrial issue. That means your mitochondria have sustained some damage. They're not functioning well. So what happens is, since you need 75%, sorry, let me just backtrack. 75% of your ATP that is generated in your mitochondria in your kidneys is used to basically recycle sodium and uric acid. Okay? So the rest is just for the normal cellular function of the kidneys. So the majority of energy is used for that. If you've got mitochondrial deficiency, insufficiency, or dysfunction for whatever reasons, then what can happen is your body may, increase renin. And as a consequence of increasing renin, it will basically push up all these sort of signals through the adrenals and all that, and actually increase blood pressure as a consequence. So it's basically this imbalance in water management that is being disrupted for whatever reason. It could be an electrolyte imbalance. It could be all these sort of related issues. You'd really have to test with some of this stuff to really work out what is really driving the issue. If the person's on a standard diet, it's more than likely that they are basically insulin resistant and have a lot of water retention. So my older sister was very insulin resistant, had no kidney issues, no nothing. Just she had 170 over 110, or some people call it 17 over 11. Okay. I told her what to do. I said to her, you need to stop the carbs completely and utterly. So a bit of meat, because I don't want to put a lot of strain on your kidneys. And so you're getting sufficient meat, but not a lot. And some veggies, low glycemic veggies. And I want you to basically, because you're going to be low, you're going to drop insulin dramatically, because that's why you lower the insulin, insulinogenic. Like I said, if you're going to be using, don't use beef, use pork, which is low, has a lower insulinogenic index of all the meats, because lower leucine. So I said, and do that, and within less than a week, I think it was about 4 or 5 days, her blood pressure dropped down to 100 and what was it, 115 or 17? I can't remember now. Over 76. So 11 point something, 7.6. Okay. So that was a dramatic drop within such a short amount of time. That's how dynamic the system is. So if you drop insulin dramatically, you do a fast, your blood pressure drops dramatically. And if you don't put in enough sodium, I told her to double the sodium. Don't put enough sodium. You dump so much water and so much electrolytes out, you can pass out. People know that. The keto flu. So, these are the reasons for it. The problem is, even when you tell people that, they're not prepared to give up their goodies, unfortunately. You sort of can rectify that by, well, it's not really rectifying it, by reducing the sodium levels, and you can lower, because they're actually insulin resistant at the cell. So the consequence of that is they're not really you know, they're more like a carb burner and all that. So by lowering slightly the sodium level, I'm not talking about dramatically lowering, but lowering it slightly, they can actually reduce some of the water retention. That means they'll release a bit more water. It's all they can basically take, natural antidiuretics. Coffee, great antidiuretic. I need a bit. Lower that blood pressure a bit more. There are herbs you can take as antidiuretics. You don't want to be taking the medicines; they can be problematic. So there are different ways. The problem is with a lot of these people is sometimes they're on a whole lot of medications, a whole lot of issues, and any intervention just sort of gets swamped from all this other stuff, the bad nutrition, the medication, all that. They really have to be willing to take control of their life. Simple as that. It's like me, like yourself, Alex, and many others that have come. We took control of our lives. We didn't leave it to the medical system. We took control of our lives and said, we're going to do something about it. And we did it. And we got healthier. We got better. So, yeah, pretty much. Drop me a line. Give me some details, because obviously you don't want to be blasting people's personal details on a live stream. Just send me an email, give me a bit of an idea, and I'll give you something that can slightly help him, at least, to sort of improve his condition. But if they're on a poor diet, it's going to be a slight improvement, which is better than nothing, but it's not going to be stellar. They're still going to be causing themselves harm, unfortunately. So sometimes you cannot help people because they're not willing to help themselves. Yes. G'day, Christina. Good to see you. Oh, well, you had a long night, I suspect. Look, I got up late today, so I only got in onto Bart's thing right at the end of the tail end, and I had to watch it later between the interludes of my, and I got a few laughs. That was good. Fucking hell. He's got basically all these. If you've seen it, it's really comical. He's using all this old English and all the laws of, of the flat earthers type thing, and it's just about witchcraft and all that, and how mathematics are witchcraft. It's just very funny. You have to watch it when you get a chance. So yes. Damn, son. God almighty. Must be an agent. Must be those aliens. Yes. I appreciate you guys. No, not good. Ignore them. I looked into them. They are basically an alkaline type solution, which means high deuterium. Not good. So give them a miss. If you're a baby, probably, I wouldn't even give it to a baby. There's better sources of deuterium in natural foods for babies. Mother's milk, and a few other things. So, nah, I'd definitely give it a miss. We don't need all these fucking supplements, guys. Just simply, we don't need. There are cases where we need supplements to deal with underlying deficiencies, but don't waste your money. People waste too much money. You could buy very cheap. I know it causes flushes. Yeah, I know. You fucking hate me for saying this continuously, but niacin is a cheap supplement, and it really lifts your redox potential. Gives you energy. You feel perky, like me. I'm a perky 54-year-old. I'm always bouncing around like a little toddler. Mentally a bit like that, according to some of my friends. Good morning, Luke. Good to see you, mate. Oh, well, we all have to earn a living. Yes, yes. I have to get up tomorrow as well. Again, work. Another week. Yes, it ended up being extra long. Yes. You guys started throwing in the last minute a whole lot of multiple questions, and you got me going again for another half hour. You scurrilous, yes, trolls. Okay, recent stream, I didn't lecture, I ranted, you mean, on how seawater was primarily sodium and calcium, regulating our personal sodium was explained, but what about calcium? Well, with calcium, really the golden nutrient there is your dear friend vitamin D. So really how much calcium you get in through your diet, how much you poop out through your bowels will really depend on your vitamin D status. And the fatter you are, unfortunately, you will be more calcium deficient because being fatter will absorb, you'll store away more of that vitamin D in your fat cells, which means there'll be less circulating in the blood to bring in that calcium. So that's a problem. So as I've always said, you should be looking at an extra 2,000 IUs if you've got a bit of weight to deal with. Yeah, exactly. Water edema. Yeah. Sad dieter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, gotta lower that. My sister had the same thing. Gotta, she's quite overweight and she's struggling, and she keeps on asking me for help, and then keeps ignoring my advice. Yes, so working on it. Yeah. Younger sister was more compliant. She got rid of her asthma, healed herself, is much better. Nick does low carbish generally, does the carnival challenge every month, every year, just so that's her, which is fine. Yep, not a problem, mate. I understand. Yes, 10 o'clock in the Kiwi land. Understand, yes. But theory was, oh, yes, exactly. Yes, yes. Yes, I had to say I enjoyed it. Is also, he's got the, what's the other one? The other, let me just find that. I don't know how many people are aware, just in case they're not. And let me just locate. I'll have to put that in my featured channels, which I haven't done yet. So he calls it, it's round like, the new channel that he's set up. I will put it in there. You guys should subscribe, please. And I'll share the screen. So that is the new one. It's round like. So these are the videos that he's got on there, which is all the sort of, and that's the one that he actually did as well. The laws of flurfy dynamics. So he did that. He's recently done one with Ted, which is quite funny. So this one here that he's done with Ted goes for 9 minutes. It's funny as fuck. I won't spoil it for you. Go and watch it after and get some laughs. So that's the actual. So please like and subscribe, guys. So get in there. Yep. Okay. Good. Good on you. T2. Good to hear. So anybody else that hasn't, please do. So, and we will move on. Yeah, look, I just one other thing to say, do send me and I'll send you some information that can help him a bit. But if he doesn't really change his diet, you really, when you get to that level of water retention, you really, and I really need to know what medicines he's on. I really need to have a good understanding of what the medicines are on. So, because some can actually interact negatively with certain herbs. So, we don't want to cause any problems. So I really need to know. Otherwise, I can't, all I can say is then the only thing I can say is he needs to lower his insulin levels. There's no other way around it. Ultimately, that's what he needs to do. So I'll leave it at that. If he wants to ask for help and he's serious about changing his life, yep, I can give him more help. But, if somebody's not willing, it's like pushing shit uphill. I don't have the patience. I want to help people that want to help themselves. If you don't want to help yourself, you're wasting my time. It's, I know it's hard, seems hard, but there are millions of people out there that are other people in difficulty that have needs. And at the end of the day, I only have so many hours in the day or the capacity to basically help. And it has to be people that are worthy of my help, that actually want it, actually want to improve their health, change their life. I'm willing to put in a bit of time for them for free, So it is good. Yes, and that is the Bart. It's fucking round. Yes. So yes, let's get it out there and get it known because it's funny as fuck. Yep. Fantastic. Good on you. Yep. So I will put it on my feature page. I haven't done it yet because I just recently realized that he'd actually created. I haven't even watched it. I just watched the last one with Ted. I'm just fucking hilarious. So yeah. Oh, that bad Ted keeps on, mischievous Ted. Oh God, that bad Ted. Hi, Harry. About the salmon earlier, I was actually more interested in the chemicals that are present from the smoking process in the smoked. Okay, and other foods best to avoid. No, look, smoking is not an issue. It depends. Look, most traditional smoking and standard smoking is done by wood or wood pellets. That's fine. But if it's some other chemical thing, some other man-made BS and all that, yes, avoid that. So but most smoking is done using wood or wood pellets. So wood in the traditional way and wood pellets by a lot of the actual companies. So they actually get a lot of wood chips. So from the wood chip companies where they get wood chips, and they're not treated with any chemicals. So it's not an issue in that regard. But where the biggest problem with some of this sort of smoke stuff sometimes when you actually you look at the actual thing and you see all these preservative numbers and all that in the smoke thing, that's when you want to avoid that because they've probably put a whole lot of other fillers and you don't know what they've actually put in. But when you actually see that it's cured and it's only salt, smoked Only salt. So they tell you, let's say pork and salt, salmon and salt, and smoked. Not an issue. So when I get some of the sort of like Italian meats that have been smoked, and you'll actually only see like pork and salt, nothing else. That's it. 2 ingredients: the food and the salt. Then you're safe with that sort of stuff. It's when you see all these other chemical numbers, that's when you go, I'm not sure what they've actually put in and added, and additives and stuff like that. That's when you need to be concerned, because what they may be doing is not really smoking it, but putting a smoke flavoring in it. So it's really they're putting a chemical in there, yeah, in that regard. That is bullshit. That's not smoked. That is dishonest. That is basically putting a chemical agent that gives you the sense of smoked. That's basically they are stealing your money. It's theft as far as I'm concerned, and dishonesty. So it should be criminal, but unfortunately it's not. So yeah, I understand now what you mean. Now you understand why I prefer some of this smoked stuff and cured stuff, which comes from Germany, which comes from Switzerland, which comes from Italy, which comes from France, which comes from Greece. Why? Because I know that these people use certain traditional methods. They don't have the big industrial facilities in a lot of these villages and small areas. So they're using more traditional methods, like in Spain as well. So it's much safer. Stuff out of the US, Australia, some of this sort of stuff, it's all out of factories, and it's all with chemicals and preservatives and all these other fucking, and it's a long list of numbers. And you go, okay, I don't want that in my body. Yeah. So yes, unfortunately, that is the way of the modern food industry. Very unfortunate. And I don't know, I did put that up early, did I? Yep. Thanks, Bo. I think I did. I like Ted. We're on the same wavelengths. Doesn't surprise me. Bird brain, it does not surprise me. So you'll come up with your own pseudo laws, I suspect, for frogs, or frog husbandry, according to T2. The laws of T2 in regards and to the frog world. Yes, looking forward to that. My sister is taking resveratrol. Is it any good? Yep, it increases redox potential like niacin. The only downside is if your mitochondria are not working very well, doesn't really do a lot of good. And neither does niacin as well. So yes, so it's, look, like anything, it does increase the sirtuins, so which are health promoting. They do increase longevity in the way where, like the telomerase, so in terms of your telomeres, they can actually lengthen them slightly, very little. We're talking about minuscule, but anything count. It all helps. If it gives you 1 or 2 extra years, it's a bonus. So I'm not begrudging, anyone if they want to get a couple of years. But there is diminishing returns. Taking massive amounts is not going to help you. Can actually be deleterious and cause the pro-oxidant sort of condition. So you need to be taking in a sensible dose. And while the rat studies show great results, human trials are not as good, unfortunately, because humans, unfortunately, are far more complex, and their metabolisms and some of their pathways work slightly different. So it actually works better in rats. So if unless you're a rat, you get much lower. I used to take resveratrol. I dumped it, and I keep to niacin because I get better results with niacin. That's the only way. So I wasn't going to waste my money. But yes, you'll get some. But bang for your buck, you know. But then again, your sister may not like the flushes. She may find that really disturbing. But when I do promise I will do that video on those. There are some herbs, in particular one herb that actually inhibits CD38. So to get the better benefit for NAD production, sirtuins and all that, you have to suppress CD38. So that is coming in my video. I don't want to give it away. That's the only reason why I'm being big peculiar. I don't want to give it away. I don't want other people going, oh, yeah, you can take this and that. No, fuck, I came up with it, you know. So I don't want anybody going away with it and say, oh, did you hear about this? So I want to do my video about that. So I will bring it to the YouTube world and a couple of other things in terms of my mitochondrial health approach. So that is coming. It's nearly complete. I've nearly put all the studies and all the shit together, but I just need to now tape it. So I'm going to probably do it on Wednesday or Thursday this coming week, and probably release it either Friday or Saturday. So I'll wait. And because for resveratrol and niacin, for any of this sort of stuff to really work as you're getting older, especially over 40, you know, that friggin' enzyme keeps on going up and going up and going up and going up and going up. And it really just fucks your redox potential. And it really just slows you down, reduces your detoxification capacity. Your cells age, become more senescent and age. So you got to I mean, I'm not going to buy the supplement, but other people can who don't want to do the niacin shit. So, yep, they can do other things to increase biogenesis of new mitochondria, but we will get to that soon. So-called liquids. Yeah, that's it. Liquid smoke is like a condiment. I've never tried it yet. There are differences with liquid smoke. Some of the liquid smoke isn't as bad. Some of the liquid smoke is bad. You know, some of the things that they put in. And a lot of the companies that produce it don't really provide enough information. So you probably have to Google trying to find out which one is better and all that if you're going to go down that pathway. I don't recommend it. I do not recommend it. I say to people, if you want to smoke something, get a smoker, do proper smoking in the traditional way. Way better. So, yeah. Are you wearing bright cream, Harry? Or is it the light? Oh, you're talking about... No, that's actually a reflection. It's reflecting. Yeah. Actually, I've ordered to get rid of some of these LEDs, even though they are slightly lower in blue light. I'm getting ones that are zero, completely nothing. So I'm waiting for those to be delivered. So I'm going to decide to change all the fucking light bulbs. So that's a bit of money forking out. So... and I did show earlier in my earlier live stream, you saw the sort of the little two mechanisms you can put. It's two for different color shoes, depending on the color shoes. People can check the previous video and actually will see the earthing devices. I was going to get earthing shoes, but then I thought about it. I said, nah, there's got to be something else out there. And then I actually came across, they had these clips that actually go into the sole and underneath, and so you can walk and you can put them on, you can attach them to any shoe. So much better, less costly, and I don't have to buy their specific shoes, which I looked at them and they weren't very stylish. Let's put it that way. I mean, I do have some style, guys. I wasn't going to go really to the, a lot of these companies that produce a lot of these health products or that, they've got no fucking idea about style, they don't really know how to produce stylish shoes like Reebok, like Nike and stuff like that. They are really, yes, they sort of look like, grandpa's shoes, and you go, I'm not wearing that shit. So basically, I went for this, which is a better option because I can put them on any shoes, whether they are, runners, joggers, walking shoes, or formal shoes to go out. I can wear them throughout the day, walking around, and get some of those negative ions and from the grounding. Very healthy. So a bit like those traditional monks that walk around, like the Buddhist monks that walk around barefoot all day and pull up all those negative charges. Plus they do their fasting and all the other shit, but it all helps, for longevity. Exactly. Enjoyable. Probably not good in large quantities, but enjoyable. And you're not going to get much of resveratrol, but you're going to get a nice head. Let's say you're going to enjoy yourself while you're drinking it. Rules. We have to make up the vegan rules. Thou shalt not eat meat under any circumstances. Thou shalt not covet the meat. Thou shalt not impregnate the meat. Thou shalt not rape the cow. Is that sort of those canonical sort of statements? Yes. I should probably have a chat with Bart. I should Skype with him tomorrow. Just have a few laughs. Anyway. Yes. Wine destroys resveratrol. They add extra after the process. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precise. And they don't add very much. Yeah, it's there's a lot of myth making when it comes to that sort of stuff. I guess that's no. I suspect that's the wearing the light thing. Ugh. You're deaf? Okay. Had that profound effect on you? Yes, they can be a problem. Yes, I mean, I did want to say one other thing on that. This is the problem with the food industry, the modern food. I didn't want to have a rant. I got sidetracked by T2. These fuckers, let me put it unpolite. These fuckers are so dodgy as dog shit. They keep doing this. This is the reason why you have to read labels, guys, because they put so much crap in. And a lot of this, basically, it's not the resveratrol they're putting in. They're not putting high quality. We're talking about it's damaged. It's been processed, damaged, and they stick it in there. They don't give a shit because at the end of the day, all they have to say, it's in there. Whether it's effective, whether it's working properly or whatever else, they don't have to provide that. Having put it in, they can say they put it, and they don't even have to put a lot of quantity, even a small quantity, they can say they put it in there. It's like the rules that says if you've got a very small amount of trans fat, you can say there's none in it. This is the problem because these people they control the establishment, the bureaucracy, and they basically tell them that we want these sort of regulations to be written in this way. So because it's not practical and all that. And so what happens is they get rewritten in that sort of way where within this margin, and they operate within those grey area margins. And this is a problem. This is why people are still getting sick with a lot of things where they think they're eating healthy stuff. And sometimes they're actually buying low carb or vegan or vegetarian type foods and bars and whatever, all this processed shit, and they think they're doing the good thing for their health, but they don't realize that there's a lot of chemical shit and a lot of other things that's disguised in there or classified in a certain way, so they've got no idea. There's a lot of people on a keto or low carb diet that are actually consuming seed oils without knowing it, consuming a lot of this sort of shit, this processed shit, which is sort of low carby treats and low carby shit of that sort. Yeah. And they don't realize they are doing harm to themselves. It's unfortunate, but when you look at the details, you actually see it. Years ago, I did for probably a month or two, I was buying, I just noticed Scott Atkins bars. Yes. I was actually buying the Atkins bars. Again, same reason. I was sort of, have a bit of a treat here and there. I can't be fucked doing low carb treats. So, my sister, she just got bloody energy. Like she's like a live wire. My youngest, that is. And, it was easy. Just buy the low carb, treat. But once you go through the ingredient list and realize the sort of shit fillers and poor quality fats and other things that they've put in there, you go, oh shit, this is crap. This is definitely like, the old Atkins sort of company was a much more sort of had better ethics. The current crop of managers and people like that have really taken it downhill into a more commercialized money-making venture. And people out there, when they do jump on the low carb thing, a lot of people don't check these sort of things. They just presume, it's going to be safe, it's going to be fine, it's an Atkins bar, and they're eating shit and harming themselves, unfortunately. So yes, yeah, exactly. It's poor quality ingredients, simple as that. Not what we would recommend within the low carb community. So, but if somebody wants to eat that sort of stuff, who am I to tell them not to? But I don't believe that anything that comes out of a factory, guys, is not real food. Anything that's, the more processing things have, the worse it's going to be for you. That's the simple mark. I usually say, this is food, this is junk. So having a bit of junk now and then, maybe, but know that it's doing you harm or some level of harm. So don't claim ignorance, because you can't. I don't claim ignorance. When I have my occasional ice cream, I know that there are a few things in there that I shouldn't be having. I can't claim ignorance. I know very well, but it's, I sell it to myself. It's the occasional treat. Yes, Parry, it is. Yes. So, yeah, I get visual migraines and pounding headaches from wine. Yeah, some people can have trigger effects. It can be sulfates in there. It could be all sorts of things that can actually cause it. Some people, there are other chemicals in there that you may react to. So it may not be the sulfates in there necessarily. It can be other things, so it's more than likely that rather than the other things. But sometimes the other thing is a lot of winemakers now are starting to use preservatives as well. So that's the other thing. Now you look at a wine bottle and you're starting to see all these chemical numbers and you're going, what the fuck? So, they are becoming chemists, wine chemists. They're creating exotic wine varieties. When you hear that, they're going to next level, more processed, less traditional. You go, maybe I'll give that a miss. So that's what's happening in the wine industry, in the beer industry, in a lot of industries, unfortunately. They're going next level junk food, next level junk beverages. It's just because basically they can remove certain things, put certain cheap fillers and ingredients and make it taste similar, but the profit margins improve. Why? Because there's probably less demand for their product. So they want to increase the profit margin. They can't increase market share, so they reduce the quality. But they don't tell you that. So yes, the other way the food industry has been able to squeeze more money out of a stone or blood out of a stone by reducing the quality and putting in more chemical junk, which is cheap. It's called chemical infusion of foods. And it's good money. Soy, yes, exactly. Emulsifiers and crap like that. They're great for your gut. Oh, emulsifiers are fantastic. They really damage the gut lining, all the mucosal layers. They degrade those, which means that then, these bacteria that have also got less of a negative charge can, especially in somebody on a sad diet, can actually penetrate beautifully and do more damage to your gut lining, or more of that fiber can scrape and do a bit more damage. Yes, nothing like emulsifiers to break down those good, important walls and create gut permeability. Perfect. So, yeah, they should basically give every child emulsifiers for life. Keep them sick as hell. Great. If I was an executive of Big Pharma, I would make it compulsory to basically feed people emulsifiers. Yes, great business model. Yes, make shitloads of dosh. Yep, bloody hell. Keep that gut permeability fucked completely. Okay, I had my rant. Move on. These bars generally have 50 ingredients exactly, and even more sometimes, that are hidden because they're below a certain threshold, so they don't have to tell you about them because they're too low. It's just fucking crazy the way the industry works. Yeah, it's just is sickening. Some to be listed in French as well here. Words are much longer. Okay. Yes. But still, in France, the good thing about France, Christina, as you know, you're not very far from going across into that country. And you guys have probably still got open borders between you. The other nice thing is that there are a lot of small rural towns and stuff like that still make a lot of traditional foods. And you guys can access this stuff. You can fucking drive there, fill your vehicle up and drive back home. So, poor bastards like me down in Tasmania have to import get the stuff that gets imported and pay through the nose for some of the stuff. So consider yourself very, very lucky. Yes. Yes. Consume grade mineral oils, coffee and whitenings, cream. Yep. Oh, nothing. Great. Mineral oils are fantastic for your cells. Yep. More the merrier. Yep. Let's just add more of that toxic shit in there. It's fantastic. It's perfect. Yes. The modern food industry, it's just so good. I believe in vaccinations, and most health issues related to supposedly vaccinations are BS. There's no science, there's no proof, and I can show you a whole lot of other countries where they've actually, like the Japanese, who are very ideological about these things, when there were some scares about certain vaccinations, they stopped completely, like 90% of the population, because they go like a pack of animals. They're a group mentality. And I can tell you, those diseases were still going up. Autism was still going up, and a whole lot of other things were still going up because they have nothing to do with vaccinations. Absolutely nothing. Are kids over-vaccinated? I believe so. There are certain diseases they should be vaccinated for, but a lot of the others, probably not. They could be left for later in life because a lot of those ailments do not exist in Western countries currently. And unless you're traveling to a specific destination which may have that ailment, if you're going to Pakistan, obviously, there is still a bit of polio around there. So you may want to have an injection of polio if you're flying over to Pakistan, especially to the tribal areas where it's more prevalent in that regard. But if you're not going somewhere like that, you probably don't need it because it's hardly anywhere else in the world. So there are things that are probably over prescribed in a sense, and probably should be spaced out a bit more. Antibiotics, I have a bigger qualm with. Antibiotics should not be used, should very sparingly be used with acute infections. And then there should be a protocol, which these doctors don't follow. A protocol that basically helps prevent any dysbiosis by then, after you've done the protocol of antibiotics, then putting in the probiotics in live bacteria to recolonize and restabilize and actually bring back health. Because if you've got septicemia and stuff like that, you're going to die if you don't take antibiotics. But if you've got a little fucking cold, a bit of a sore throat, I mean, for fuck's sake, you don't need it. It's just because people are pathetic. They just don't have the backbone. In many cases, you can basically, it's a virus, and it just actually weakens your immune system, giving you. So if you take a zinc supplement, lozenge, a chewable, with ionophore like tonic water or whatever, that will get in there, lower the replication, lower the severity of the respiratory infection. As a consequence, you're less likely to have any severe bacterial problems. Most people, because they're on inappropriate diets, they usually have poor bacterial colonies, and when they get sick, they usually get really bad. So that's the problem there as well. And misuse of antibiotics, they don't go through the whole course, which creates resistance. There's a lot of, problems with antibiotics. And misuse of antibiotics in agriculture, they should be banned from agriculture. They should be banned from a number of areas. Unfortunately, they're not. But the things that actually have saved humanity from a whole lot of infant mortality are basically three things: antibiotics, and we're talking about for all people, antibiotics, vaccinations, and sanitation. But all these things have actually reduced the actual mortality. If you go back and look at old videos of thousands of kids with polio in these centers and in, with having lifelong debilitating consequences. But when it comes to basically the flu, do you need it? Probably not. Probably better to get it. You just need to improve your vitamin D status, because vitamin D will basically prevent a cytokine storm, will basically regulate better your immune system. With sufficient vitamin D, you'll get a bit of a cold, you get a bit sick, and then it'll regulate and give enough time to your body to create antibodies, and it's fine. So I would not recommend the current corona type injections because I don't think they're safe. They're being rushed, and I don't know how safe they are. I will be looking into them once they come out, and maybe saying some are okay or some are not. But at this point, I would say no until I know more about them and exactly how they're put together and all that sort of stuff. So I look at all this sort of stuff in detail. People talk about in vaccines there are mercury and all that. Well, you can sit behind a vehicle and you will ingest far more heavy metals and other sort of stuff from that exhaust than you would from multiple vaccines. So it's not an issue. And you've got a liver that detoxifies this stuff anyway. So it's a complete non-issue. It's overblown. It's a lot of these fucking, a lot of them were ex-hippies and shit like that, and nonsense people that just created a lot of nonsense out there, which is not based on any science whatsoever. It's just nonsense. But is there overuse for certain things like flu and many other things? Probably. Should people in older age, get the flu vaccine? Probably. So what the flu vaccine does, all these vaccines, they don't prevent the disease. This is the problem. Most people think that you take these injections, they prevent you getting the disease. You still get the disease. What it does is it actually increases your level of basically your body itself has antibodies to all sorts of things that you've actually had in life. So what you're doing is when you have a vaccine, you upgrade that template to the most recent viral protein structures. So your system gets upgraded to that. So, in that regard. And so that's really important why that is happening. Why you need that to happen in a sense, because it means that if you've got a weaker, especially people with the poor diets nowadays and all that, a whole lot of reasons why people have got brain diseases and all that is because a lot of their parents over multiple generations, it's like Pottinger's cat, over a number of generations, eating inappropriate foods, you create a whole lot, you activate a whole lot of genes that predispose you to certain diseases and no longer do things function or signal properly or operate properly or transcript properly. And that's what happens over some generations. That's the epigenetic side of things, and it takes about 3 to 4 generations to reverse the damage. So all these things, because we've had vaccinations since the 30s and 40s and all that, really, it's only been in the last 70 odd years or whatever where we've seen this massive spike. If you go back to the 70s and 60s and all that, autism levels and all these sort of things were very low. After the food pyramid and all the processed food and junk and all that, and a lot of the seed oils came in and went globally, that's when all these things went up. People thought the macular degeneration, the Japanese had complete genetic immunity until 30 odd years ago, they started basically introducing westernizing their diet. And they know it. That's when macular degeneration for the first time appeared amongst the Japanese. You ask a Western doctor, they will tell you it's a genetic disease. Bullshit. Japanese didn't have it up until about 25 to 30 years ago. There was no macular degeneration anywhere in Japan. Okay? Why? High DHA, omega-3s. Very important for the retina. Remember, your melanopsin, one of the biggest concentrations beyond the brain in terms of tissue is basically omega-3s, DHA, in the eye. And certain things like blue light can dump some of that out. That's why blue light isn't a very good thing. But when you've got a lot of these seed oils, omega-6 oils and all that coming into the diet, these younger people, and starting to consume this garbage, they're actually affecting their lipid membranes. They don't signal properly. They become damaged. All this sort of stuff starts creating disease profile. And depending on your genetics and epigenetics, they sort of manifest in different ways, whether they manifest in cardiovascular disease, cancer, autism, all these, they're all part of the same sort of food system. It's basically an animal. If you look at animals, when they're fed foods inappropriate to their species, they start showing similar things. If you go to veterinary school or veterinary science and look at it, autism does exist in other animals as well. And when you give sufficient supplementation over a number of generations, you can eliminate it. So why can they do it there and they can't do it in humans? Because they don't want to change the food system. Don't you get it, guys? There are billions and trillions of dollars in profits to be made from the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry. So That's the truth, but they don't want to tell you that. So they allow, they don't care if people think that vaccinations are causing the problem. See, vaccinations in the past were developed by governments, not by industry, because they were trying to reduce severity of disease. People were dying with polio. They needed to stop all this. And so they created this. But since then, if you take a look, there are no new antibiotics. A lot of the stuff that we have, is old stuff. And all that happens is the government actually goes to a company and says, can you produce so many doses of that thing? There's no R&D in vaccinations for communicable diseases. There's no R&D, bar government R&D, that gets paid, because the industry doesn't want to do that. Pharmaceutical industry want to create, beta blockers, things for high blood pressure, the things that all the food industry creates, cholesterol, statins and all that. That's where the money is, basically maintaining you sick, in a sick state. And all the other people are just misdirects, because if you've got the people fighting about vaccines, which the government actually issues anyway and pays for it, the companies don't make a lot of money on vaccines. It's not a very profitable business, because it's cheap, because there's no patents on it. And without patents, you don't make much money. You can't charge a lot. And the government actually issues you the money and sets the price. So there's not much money in it, So it's usually smaller companies that do it, which is companies that don't hold a lot of big patents that do it. Some of the big corporates now and then do it because they're under pressure, because they want to seem good to the politicians so they can get additional contracts for other things, where the big money is, or get their FDA approval for some new drug which has to do with cancer or whatever else, where the big money is, with the big fucking profit margins. That's how they operate, guys. You got to understand. All the other stuff is misdirect. They don't mind a bit of misdirect out there. If people are squabbling over vaccines, or squabbling over this, or squabbling over that, sort of the irrelevancies, it means that they're not focused on the other things. So when you see these people making big things, controversies about certain things, you don't see them making big controversies about statins. You try and argue against statins, how they suppress that like mad. When it comes to all this, they don't care. They go, oh, just let it go. We're not making, it's the government that's actually, we're not making much of a profit on that. It doesn't really affect us. And if people get sicker, they'll need more of our medication to stabilize them, because they're in the business of not curing. They're in the business of managing your health, managing your disease state. They want you in a disease state. So you got to understand, vaccines aren't the problem, believe me, and, the amount of stuff that are in our environment in terms of all sorts of things, and if you're really worried about, let's say, mercury, selenium as selenide will actually chelate and remove it. But there's not much. It's minuscule. So there's a lot of misinformation that it's this massive amount, which is bullshit, because I say to those people, I challenge them, I say, you fucking show me the proof. You take that thing, take it to an independent lab, you actually do the stuff, because I've seen other people do it, and you show me the amounts in there. They don't do it, because their narrative is to play this stupid little, anti-authority sort of little rant. That's not proof. That's just fucking rant. Anybody can do that. I can do that. I do it all the time. So it's nonsense. Your liver's there. It can detox everything most of the time. And if you give it a bit of selenium and good nutrition, all that, it can detox pretty much a lot of things. And I've lost my point. Where was I? I get a bit of a rant on these things. Sorry, but I'm very passionate about these things, so I've looked into them. And, you take away all these things and you'll bring TB back and polio back and all these fucking diseases, and you'll have millions dying, like in the past, where we had high infant mortality rate, high death rates from communicable diseases, and more people and lower life expectancy, because they work on the average, more people dying. So I don't want to go back to that world. If you want to, it's a quick way. Get on a plane, fly to Africa or a place like that where they don't have very good, they have zero vaccination. Plenty of diseases there to be picked up. New one is Ebola. Fantastic. So not everything is bad. So, sometimes people go down to conspiratorial sides and then just go all the fucking way and throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's ridiculous. Let's not do that. And if you're not happy with me, that's fine. You can unsub. I don't have a problem. I will not change my opinions. And if you've got proof, cough up. How to reduce spider varicose veins? Any thoughts? Apparently, not standing too long. Nah, look, MK4 does help. I've known that people have used high doses of minoquinone, like 45 milligrams, and they've actually seen reduction in varicose veins and spider veins. So give it a try. I thought you were a man. Aren't you a man? I know you're a man. Why are you asking these questions? You're not transitioning, are you? T1's going to have a field day with that comment of mine. Made with butter. Wouldn't a mayo made with butter be more like, I don't know. No idea. I know it's, eggs, and I suspect it would. I know people have used olive oil. Obviously, seed oils aren't a good thing. They use tropical oils like palm oil. So I know palm oil, olive oil, but butter, yeah, probably. I think probably a better one would be, rather than butter, would be ghee. Ghee would probably work better because it doesn't have the milk proteins, which may change the taste or the flavor, where ghee is more neutral in terms of its. That's what I'd use ghee, to be honest. I literally live in compression socks at work. Otherwise, yep, they help as well. But MK4, high doses. I can't remember who actually did that for a certain period of time and reported back to one of my live streams and said, yep, that worked. I actually saw it in a study. I wasn't convinced 100%, but when that person came back, and I can't remember who it was and which one, because I'd actually show it if I could remember it, and she said that it actually helped reduce her, varicose veins. So, and that was basically a study which was it was an observational study. It wasn't sort of like a controlled study. And that's why I wasn't really, is it the MK4 or it was K2 in general. I can't even remember whether it was MK4, but which is the better one, obviously. But it did help. And she seemed to report back that it helped. So I now usually say to people, take high doses for a couple of months, like 2 or 3 months, and then drop to a much sort of lower level, especially if you're doing a lot of standing and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, it is basically that collagen material of your arteries and veins and all that, and that needs to be strengthened if that's weakened. And the fat-soluble vitamins, retinol, vitamin D3, and MK4 regulate the matrix metalloproteinase collagen-degrading enzymes, and so that's what you want to basically regulate and support. So I would say yes. But do we have science? No, we have anecdotes and observational research. So that's all that we've got: observational research and ends of one where people say it has improved. So give it a try. You've got nothing to lose but your money. And if you want to go for a cheaper option, go for eggs, liver, brie, my favorite, Gouda, cheese, high in MK4. So yes, try those things. No question about preventing disease, but the high amount of mercury, it's not, look, it's not an issue, believe me. Yeah, look, people say a lot of things, but I say, show me the science. Show me the science. People can claim all sorts of things, but I say, show me the science. There are some people that have got low detoxification capacity. Those people can have a problem. So those people, I usually say, this is why I believe in genetic tests for a number of these things. When you're born, they should test you to whether you've got a low detox potential. That means whether your cytochrome P450 is working at a very high level or a very low level. What is your detox capacity of your liver? Now, this is a very small amount of people. The majority of people are somewhere in the middle. There's a small group of people that have got longevity genes like myself that have basically got very high detoxification capacity. And then that's why I can actually detoxify this caffeine in about 4 times faster. So this would take 6 hours for most people. It's going to take 1.5 hours for me. Most of us probably dealt with, I've only got a bit. So even though I'll be going to bed in about, 10:30, 11, it's going to be out of my system by then. Actually, it works that fast. I sometimes have a late coffee at 11 and I'm at bed at 12 and I'm out as a baby. So, but I don't cry in my bed. And, so it depends. Yeah, so it's very dependent. I don't like these sort of arbitrary, it's all. No, there are differences between people in the capacity to detoxify. And these people also suffer from other things, from heavy metals in the environment, for all sorts of things. So, and I usually say to those people, increase your selenium intake as a supplement. Don't go over 500. Check my one that I've got on seafood. It talks about selenium and all that. Check that video. You'll get a lot of information about selenide and the appropriate diet to basically maintain the chelating potential of the selenide. Very important. That will basically take mercury out. And I always say to people, if you're getting amalgam fillings or whatever, stuff like that, you should be on certain doses of selenium, like 350 to 400 micrograms for a period of time to basically chelate that mercury and take it out, whatever may have got past that barrier that the doctors put to take out the mercury fillings. So do not take risks in that regard. Now, the problem with selenide is in its selenide state, because its structure, its protein structure is not as stable, which means when it chelates mercury or cadmium, it doesn't hold on to them as strongly as other, potential binders. It's more successful at removing from all tissue. So that's why it's better, because it goes to all tissue, much better at removing compared to some other stuff which is only in the gut. So it has to be recycled through the bile, pushed out, through the detoxification, which can be very slow. That's a problem, where selenide will bind and take it out much quicker. The downside with that is that it's less stable. So if you're in an inflamed environment, you're not on a species appropriate diet, you can basically, through the glycating effects, you can actually knock out potentially the mercury out of the sort of the holding, which is sort of like a loose holding. You can actually affect these sort of arms that actually hold it by glycating factors and weaken them. So you don't want to be eating shit while you're doing that. So that's very important in that regard. But Bo's away. See you, Bo. Yes, so that's sort of really important in that regard. Yeah, sleep is important. Let's not forget. Thanks for staying around for a while. So, hello. Good to see you, Lucas, here. It's good, mate. What time is it in Brazil at the moment? Just stumbled across a nail clipper with Tasmania on it in the holiday state. No idea who bought it back from a tourist shop. Yes, strange. Well, it wouldn't have been recent since we've been all in lockdown. Unfortunately. So, Harry, why is autism going up? Better diagnosis. Yeah, look, I explained it earlier. It's all the shit that we eat. It's like the Pottinger's cat thing. Unfortunately, we are eating very inappropriately. So, and it's really in different countries, it's escalating much faster. Like if you look at the rates in Germany, they're similar to what America had in the 1970s, but it is going up there as well because they are bastardizing their diet as well. But it's going up much slower. And it varies. Some parts of Germany are worse than other parts. And it's the same thing with a number of these countries, depending on the quality of the food that people are eating. In cities, it seems it's going much higher, much faster, these rates, where in, country areas or smaller towns and stuff like that, where people are still eating much more traditional foods in Europe, it's going much slower. Where in North America, it's just fucking on steroids. It's just fucking on steroids. Everything's on steroids. 1 in 3 will get cancer. 1 in 3 will get, cardiovascular disease. It's just everything is, we've done so much damage. If you understand the Pottinger's cat scenario, it takes 4-5 generations for sterility, and you can actually see even birth rates are collapsing around the world. As these new foods come in, birth rates are collapsing as well. It's not accidental. We are basically killing off our species with these inappropriate diets. That's what it is. And all these misdirects are avoiding us asking the pertinent question, why are we being fed inappropriate foods? But nobody, you ask that, you put that out, and you get a lot of noise. You won't hear the authorities, basically, when it comes to autism, this or the actual, they'll just say, oh, they're crackpots, but they won't argue it. Why? When you notice they don't argue a point, it's because they have an interest not arguing the point. They will argue, they'll have some academic there arguing against it. Oh, this is nonsense. They'll just brush it off. And that just ferments in people's minds, especially people that are now more cynical about government and people like that. They'll say, oh yeah, it must be a conspiracy, so it heightens their sense. But when it comes to the food industry or the pharmaceutical industry or that, they really are aligned. They really go on the attack. These people are crackpots, dangerous. They are evil. We need to make them illegal and all that. Why do they do that? Why don't they do that to the to the anti-vaxxers, and they do that to the other? Why? Because they're unimportant. They're on a nice misdirect, like a lot of others. It's like that guy Ike. Let me put it this way. That guy Ike that basically talks about, these lizard people and all that. That's another misdirect. I mean, he's well connected to a lot of rich British people. He's well connected with all these conservatives, money men and all that. He's a misdirect. Don't be fooled. The elites work this way. Let me put it this way. What are the pharaohs? Since the pharaohs onwards, what have we had? God kings. Wake up to your fucking selves. We've had God kings. You know why we have God kings? Because you won't challenge them. They're a godlike. If they are lizard-like aliens with advanced technology, how can you ever challenge them? As long as you fear them, you will bitch and moan and all that, like the rest of the monkeys on this planet, but you won't challenge them. And they will stay there, and they'll fucking keep exploiting you and all that. And that's the way they keep you at bay. Wake up to yourselves, guys. They've been doing it since the pharaohs. So these misdirects and all that, these conspiracies and all that are just misdirects. It's nonsense. This pseudo stuff, they use the science to make the profits when they need it, and they use the misdirects, the pseudoscience, when, like in the food industry and the epidemiological shit and all that, and all the vegan shit and all that. They've been manipulating us for years. How do you think they stay in power? By manipulation. You know, that's how they work. So you got to look through the bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit out there, more misinformation, and all the misdirects. As long as people, us, are fighting amongst each other, we're not going to pick a fight with them, are we? And they'll keep on basically rolling in the cash, and basically we'll be getting sicker, demented, and everything else under the sun, unfortunately. Yes. So people like to jump on these bandwagons because people with either low IQ or people with basically, and I'm not being derogatory, half the population's got lower IQ. It's the average. It's the truth. And they can't really work out this complexity sometimes. And so as a consequence, they're easy to be manipulated. That's the truth. You know, so, you know, as long as they can keep half the population or more in that sort of servile state, it works. And the rest wondering what's true and what isn't, it also works. So, and that's how they operate. And that's how they've operated since the pharaohs, since back then. You know, it's only a small bit of history. For millions of years before, as tribal societies, we were around the campfire. We're all fucking equal. We had a single vote. We all had a voice in what the tribe did and how it survived and all that. We had our leaders, that basically people that we could rely on to provide good leadership, but they weren't, you know, they weren't out of control. They still were within the tribal council. You know, they were bound to tribal law. They couldn't do whatever they liked. First, direct democracy, which I support. In ancient Greece, same thing. You know, couldn't corrupt the system until they eventually overthrowed it. The aristocrats, with the support of the Spartans, were overthrow the Athenian democracy. Yep. So those treacherous bastards, but that's how they work. You know, they'll sell their own. You know, they're not patriots. They'll sell their own to basically maintain power. They'll do anything. I mean, just look at all the tin pot big dictators in South America. They ask for American help to come in to suppress their population so they can keep in power, to keep on screwing them. So that's how they've been working, mate, for a very long time. Yes. Due to my pregnancies, I looked like I got into a pub fight. Mostly was kicked in the legs, those bad children. Damn. They need a good whipping. Auntie Shell could do a real good whipping job. Yes. So, yep. Yeah, so, yeah, get on the high doses of MK4 and a bit more retinol. That will help. And make sure you maintain good vitamin D status as well. I don't blame you. Yes, it wouldn't look good, you know. You'd have to grow your feathers a bit longer to cover it all, you know. Just the look wouldn't be there, it wouldn't be appropriate, you know. So, you know, those little thin legs and, you know, it just bulging out little varicose veins. It just would really, you know, the other birds would look at you and go, you know, just not a good look. I understand. I do feel for you. I read a very disturbing comment this morning by MDs and various family members, MDs, and when suffered extreme negative effects of multiple vaccinations. I saved the comment. Look, there's going to be people that are going to react to certain things, certain compounds or certain things. In my book, you know, nothing is perfect. Nothing is. But if you basically weigh between millions from polio or a couple of people having certain side effects because they don't have good detoxification capacity, it's least harm in a sense. You got to weigh it that way. That's how I weigh it. Now it's a very sort of dispassionate way, you may say, but when you're dealing with millions, how do you deal with them? Do you say, I will look after those few that got a bad reaction and I will sacrifice millions? Because that's what you're saying. You can't have it both ways. This is the problem. People want it fucking both ways. You can't. If I could have it both ways, I would say, yep. Do you know how to get rid of actually side effects completely from medication? There is a way. There's a duality of nature. I'll go into that. I wasn't going to go into it. There is a duality of nature. Everything has got that's what, when you actually refine a medicine to get rid of its side mirror image, it's like, for instance, the two, I'll give you an example, the two lipoic acid and the standard lipoic acid. It's the opposite, the two, the yin yang, or the opposite. One can actually cause negative effects, the S version. The R version, is very beneficial. That's why lipoic acid is very expensive. Why? Because they have to extract it as the single form in the dual nature of matter. Most standard lipoic acids have both the S and R in there in 50-50, sort of cancel out each other nearly. You get very small benefit. Unless you take massive doses, which are a lot of fillers, and don't advise it. It puts a bit of stress on your kidneys as well. So lipoic acid is highly processed. Now, if we were to do all this with vaccinations, with all this sort of stuff, especially with these sort of things, they become very expensive, prohibitively expensive for that smaller number of people. We could decide to do that and say, we're going to put public money into that. And probably if we weren't basically dealing with an army of people with sicknesses due to diet, we probably would have the money to create more refined types of vaccines that had less side effects to this smaller number of people. That's true. We could deal with this duality of matter and eliminate the component that has more side effects. Most drugs are like that, So in most natural products like herbal stuff, those active components, or the sort of the negative, can actually sometimes is chelated in a certain way, and it can actually be removed out of the gut, so it's less of an issue. And certain the transcription factors of the enzymes can actually cleave that off and get rid of it. So there's that side of things where refined stuff keeps both, and they try to minimize one to get better effects, but you still get some side effects, so that's the problem. So that's one side of the side effects. The other side of side effects is when you actually turn off something rather than modulate it, because these things don't modulate when you have high doses. That's the other problem with drugs, as an example. So even though you may eliminate the other part component, you're still going to have the modulation issue. So there are two issues there when it comes to drugs. I'm not going to go into it all at this moment. At some other point, I may do a video. But just as a general thing to understand is that these are the things. And these are the sort of economic, societal sort of balancing acts that we have to do. So, life isn't fair. It isn't perfect. And if you wanted to make it more better, you got to pay for it. So, yes, that's how it is. People won't tell you that because they won't tell you the real story or be honest with you. What they will is just all this misdirect, all this stuff. They want to create controversy. They want to, the media wants to create controversy because it can sell more advertising spots, to sell you some other piece of shit that you don't need. It's just the way the world works. I've had a gut full of it as well. G'day, Uncle Alf. Good morning, mate. good to see you. Okay, actually, my sister had vein treatment, very successful. She could have developed DVT, being a dentist and sitting too much. Look, sitting. Actually, the other thing with sitting is your glutes can, if you do have pain with your glutes, they don't get very much exercised. I did have a bit of that problem as well, and I got a rolling pin, and one of those yoga rolling pins, and it literally exercises the butt. Very good. Bit of enjoyment as well. So yes, that can actually strengthen those muscles. In the lazy man's option, can't make things too difficult. There are certain exercises you can do that help as well, but I could be fucked doing those. Much easier to just to get the pin and roll back and forward on it while I was sitting. Yeah, I know. I just lowered the actual seat, my computer seat. I know, pathetic. Look, a lot of people have a lot of underlying health issues, and whether something reacts inappropriately, people are damaged. So, sometimes certain things that would work fine on healthy people can actually probably miss, because I don't know what other drugs that person's got. Because remember, all these, even vaccines, they work on certain pathways. If you're taking a whole lot of medicines that are inhibiting certain pathways and are causing other imbalances or whatever, they can cause problems. So, and I don't think vaccines cause fatal dementia. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. There's no science, whatever. She probably already had underlying issues and, was heading that way. So, yeah, I hear all of these stories and I say, show me the proof, show me the evidence, and, show me the, from people being, properly tested or checked, or forensically, what are the causal? I've heard certain things, and then I've seen forensic done. And I remember even because one of my cousins actually is a medical doctor in New South Wales, so he's the head of his department. And I've actually discussed these things, and says a lot of people think that it's this or that, but it's not. When you do the pathology checks after the person has died, there's underlying things that we missed in some cases, or certain other things that were there, and some of the medications sort of didn't react properly and all that in that person. So there's all these things, who knows what the factor was. I couldn't fucking tell you, nobody could. Anybody just speculating, it's just nonsense. When I look at history, I look at basically how many people have adverse reactions today compared to the past. And I can only put it on that. At the end of the day, you might need to make your own choice. I mean, Bart has his own opinions. He basically believes survival of the fittest sort of thing. If I die, I die. Well, good luck to you. You believe that. I don't. So if there's a way of avoiding taking the bullet, I would rather take that way. I've heavily vaccinated myself throughout my whole life. I'm probably one of the people that has done, all sorts of things for all sorts of diseases and all that, tropical diseases and all sorts of things. One of my friends actually caused me missed a vaccination, but anyway, that's a side issue. Even for shingles, I've done for practically a lot of things, and multiple ones in one day. So I'm not convinced about a lot of this sort of stuff. I think there's a whole lot of underlying health issues and all sorts of things and reactions with drugs and who knows what. So I'm not convinced with everybody. Probably low detoxification capacity for some of these people. Some of these people may have an anaphylactic shock because they've got an underlying issue with not being able to handle egg components, because they use eggs to create these things because it's cheaper. So there's a whole lot of issues, and people with gut dysbiosis and stuff like that are more reactive to eggs. So who knows what sort of interaction because of gut permeability and all sorts of, and what sort of septic shock it could have caused this person because of those problems. This is the problem. People are very, very sick nowadays because of a poor diet. And who knows what the confounding stuff is. The diet is killing people. Vaccinations in the 50s and 60s and all that were rampant, far more than today. People are less vaccinating today. They got more problems. Back then, everyone, nearly 100%, were vaccinating. So I'm just not convinced. Honestly, I'm just not convinced of that. And unless somebody can really show me proof, speculation is useless. You know, that's basically anybody that speculates is basically, it's just pseudoscience. Most of these people are crackpots and pseudoscientists. I say, show me the proof. And I can show you a whole lot of examples that disproves that in one foul swoop. And that's the problem. They don't have the evidence. Sorry. MK's a lot. Lots in butter. Yeah, butter's got MK4. All dairy has a lot of MK4. Fermented dairy even more. So cheeses and stuff like that tend to have higher concentrations, especially brie. Brie is 100% MK4. Gouda is very high. It's very close to brie, and camembert as well is 100%. Some of the Swiss cheeses are very high as well. What else? Obviously liver, goose liver pate, emu oil is all MK4. Yeah, I can't think of anything else, but they are sort of it depends on what you want to, use in that regard. So thanks for ignoring my comments. Did I? Where did I ignore your comments? Mayo, hold on. The Mayo question. I thought I answered that Mayo question. Wasn't that about the oil that you use in? So, I mean, with the eggs, to create your own mayo, you can actually use olive oil. You can use palm oil. You can probably use butter as well. Because that's the question you asked. I actually did answer that. I said, I've never tried it with butter, but you could try it. But I said ghee would be probably the better way because it's got less of the proteins of the butter and the sugar. So it'd probably be a better thing. So it'd be more like the other, like pure fats that you get in olive oil and palm oil. There is avocado oil as well, but some people say that it actually really gives it a bad taste. They have tried it, I've heard, so don't try that. Yes, so you could try it, but I'd try it with ghee rather than butter. But you could try it with butter as well, see how it goes. I thought I actually, anyway, maybe you didn't understand. If I didn't actually make it clear, maybe because I was ranting with other things, you may have missed it. I don't know. Hope that is sufficient for you. On some of these subjects, I really get sort of very passionate because I've got strong opinions on them. So, and sometimes I can lose my focus on other things. So sorry if I've missed any of your questions. It does happen. Now I'm trying to find my spot again. New, mainly. Okay, so where am I? Yep, SIBO. I think I covered that before, didn't I? Yeah, I think I did. Oops, I lost that in the chat. Ready to work. Yep, see ya. Okay. So, okay. So, did I answer your question to your satisfaction, Sarah? Just put down a comment, say yes or no. I'll just enable Uncle Alf because he's not enabled. Luke, enable Uncle Alf. Key scroll things, Mrs. Repeats. Thank you. Good to see you, mate. I wouldn't. You're more likely to basically cause yourself hyperthyroidism. You're more likely to get more from the supplement. I've had people that have tried supplements and they've overdone it. So I usually say stick to the diet. Trying to get it from diet like eggs, like seafood, these sort of things. Yeah, try and get it from the diet as much as possible. A lot of the actual supplements as well, I've got question marks on them, what the quality is and stuff like that. I mean, I'd rather have people, let me put it this way, I'd rather have them eating seaweed than supplementing. That's how concerned I am about supplements with iodine. So I would rather have people, because the quality is problematic. There's a lot of issues. So, I'm not convinced with supplementation. So stick to food, and even using a bit of seaweed is far better than basically some of the other sort of nonsense in that regard. Did I? Can I really get the question, what the damn question was? Because if I've missed it, Scott, can you actually put the question in? Because I can't bloody, it's going to be too much of a hassle for me to scroll to try and find it. Just put it in there and then I'll answer it. Just read Scott on resveratrol an hour ago. Why am I not surprised? I'm not sure what that is. Can somebody actually put the question that I supposedly missed, that I did miss? Oh, okay. So, okay. I just sort of didn't realise. Thought I offended somebody or not. Yes, getting a bit on the sort of late side. Okay, I've been having problems with really dry skin on strict carnivore. The only thing that I can think is causing is low iodine. Any thoughts? Dry skin can be for a number of reasons. Probably not enough hydration can be an issue sometimes, especially if it's summer, you're in the Northern Hemisphere. That could be an issue as well. Electrolytes imbalance. So you're basically not putting sufficient sodium And so you've probably lost some of the other electrolytes, which means that your homeostasis has come down. So if you basically put more sodium, you definitely want to put some of the other electrolytes back to sort of bring that homeostasis up. And you want to keep slightly your sodium levels slightly higher to maintain better homeostasis in that regard. And the other thing is that okay, maybe if she did that, if your other like electrolytes and all that are fine, and that's an issue, yeah, I'm surprised. You're in a country where you've got access to a lot of iodine-rich foods. So are you eating those foods or not? That's an easy one. Don't eat gluten. There's no way of healing because currently we don't know how to silence those genes. That's the problem. We do not know how to silence those genes. So unless we find some way, look, we just don't. Look, I will do something in the future. I am actually investigating some sort of bacteria that seems to degrade gluten better, but I'm still researching it. I'm not 100% convinced to recommend it to anyone or for people to spend their money. So let me do a bit more research, and when I've got a bit more certainty, then, and that's why you sometimes hear me. I will mention things like, oh, you want to methylate away estrogen, get more choline. You want to lower your prolactin and estrogen levels, get more boron, into your diet. Don't go over 20. Keep it to about 12 milligrams because there's good science that shows that. They basically did randomized control clinical studies, and people's levels dropped by 50%. Their testosterone went up. Their prolactin levels went down. Their alopecia reduced. So there's good science there, which is measurable. When you change these parameters, things happen. But I'm not sure about the sort of bacteria. Until I'm more convinced, I'm holding back from that yet in that regard. There's a number of bacteria that do all sorts of things. So, and I've been holding back on that other study. I think I've actually emailed someone, but I told them not to say anything to anyone. But I need to do that milk one. God, too many fucking things to do. There are 2 bacterial strains that actually can help with with lactose intolerance. But anyway, for another day. Can't have all my secrets tonight. So I will be doing videos on those. So to get clicks, it's how it goes. That's how YouTube works. And I don't want my competition beating me to the gun. But I'm investigating it. I will report back at some point. But I'm still. It's a bit like somebody asked me about Indo 2, and they didn't mention Indo 1, and it's sort of a regulator within the immune system, and it's also is a tryptophan regulator, but also has a catabolic effect on tryptophan, and sort of seems to have issues with cancer and all sorts of things. The problem is, even with the science, when I've looked at it, there's a lot of contradictory information. One thing saying pointing in one direction, one pointing in the other. They usually put up their hands and say, we don't know what the mechanism is, and they don't. And so I'm still researching that as well. And so I'm reluctant to give an opinion on something until I'm more certain about something. because a lot of people will jump out there and say, oh, I've got this study, I don't like doing that. I really look at from multiple angles. I try to get all the information, grab it from multiple angles. I try to disprove myself. Even when I've got an opinion, I try to disprove myself. If I can't disprove myself, then I've sort of convinced myself that there is something to it. That's what an empirical scientist, an empiricist does. Pseudos don't. They jump because they want the limelight. I don't work like that. I'm a bit like Bart. That's why Bart resigned from academia, because he was told he has to say certain things that he disagreed with, and he knew they were wrong. There was no science for that. And I'm not willing to put my name to anything unless I've got certainty. I know a lot of other people put their names to anything because they're dodgy as dog shit. But that's not how I operate, guys. And that's why I say to people, when they challenge me, I say, you fucking front up with the information and the science. Cough up or fucking shut up. I don't take shit from anyone. Even my supporters. You know how I am. If you push me, I'll push back. Because that's how I am. You show me the information and I will say, yep, you're fine. You're right. I'll relent. Because that's how I operate, and I always have in life. I sometimes can be a bit of a problem, even with some of my work colleagues. But, I need to be certain about certain things. For me, I have a very strong ethical basis for the way I view truth. Probably comes from my religious background, my Greek Orthodox background. But I'm not going to fib just to satisfy certain people or keep them happy. Fuck them. I don't give a shit if they don't like me. As I said last time, when I actually did the 5G thing and I lost a couple of subscribers, I said I'm prepared to lose everyone bar one, one or two, Barton, Pim and a few others. But I'm not going to yield to anybody's pseudo-scientific or stupid opinion. And I'll be blunt about it. You know me. But at least I'm honest. At least I'm straightforward. I won't bullshit you. And I won't peddle any products or anything or try to deceive you out of your money. I'll tell you what works and what doesn't work. And if I'm not sure, I'll research it. And if I'm still not sure, I'll come back and say, look, not enough evidence. I can't really put my hand on my heart and say yes. Others will. Fine. If you want to be lied to, deceived, kept happy, because that's what these people do. They keep you happy. Good boy. You happy? Yeah, I agree with you. I love you. I don't do that. I'm your bad dad who will slap you in the face and say, no, you're fucking stupid. You're wrong. That's how I am. I know. Even my nephews, when they stayed with me, yes, they got upset. One wanted to challenge me to fight me, and I said, go for it, right here. Nail me. I'll put you on the deck. He was too fucking scared to. So, I don't hold back, and I never will. That's my character. And if I do, then I'm a coward, and I can't live with myself under those circumstances. Sorry. If I offend people or piss them off, so be it. I just need to get that off my chest. Okay. I never bought any resveratrol hype. Yep, exactly. It's just bullshit. People just want to make money off people. Yeah, look, eating more fat is good, but please don't supplement. Try and get it from food. In that regard. I've been eating strict meat, started eating some seaweed every day, dried sushi kelp, started using salt with iodine. Yep, I'll do that. So try and get it more. Some of these supplements are very dodgy. A lot of the vegetarians and vegans use them. And the problem is a lot of them have been extracted in such a way they've got a lot of aldehydes and stuff like that. They're, especially like one of the sprays that I came across in one of the health food, and I actually looked into it, and basically, it was one of those oily type, extracted type methods, which basically had aldehydes. And I go, fuck's sake, what are they giving these people? It'd be better to just go and buy cheap iodinized salt, as you got, like many people did in the 50s, 60s, and all this sort of thing, and nobody had a problem with iodinized salt, and they solved the problem. So, and you can get other like mineral supplements, like trace minerals, if you want, from other sources. You can actually so like there are things like I get in from here from a health food thing, which is the sort of these old plants, which are sort of like above the shale, like you've got shale oil and you've got these ones that are closer to the surface. They are not basically turned into oil or shale or whatever, but these plants have sort of decayed, and it's sort of, they extract the fluid type from these, and they create these colloidal minerals and trace mineral sort of supplements. And you can use those, and I've used those as well for trace minerals in the early days when I had deficiencies to sort them out. Now I just get it from crustaceans, from a mixed diet. So that's how I do it, which is much healthier, much safer in many ways. But yes, please don't use supplements. They are poorly made, and you do not want to be putting that shit into your body and ripping your lipid rafts or damaging your membranes, your cell membranes, with aldehydes. They are very toxic. Just ask Bart. He's done a video on a lot of these foods, supplements are shit, absolutely shit and dangerous. They should be made illegal, but unfortunately, it's how the industry works. That's how it works, Shit happens. Have been diagnosed with Hashimoto's some years ago. Kind of all made a lot better. Yep. Antibodies. Vitamin D. Higher doses of vitamin D also help with a lot of these type autoimmune diseases. So get your vitamin D status to a good level. So that will actually go a long way, And foods that have got, check my seafood one with selenium. Selenium is very important. Selenium with zinc, convert T4 to T3. So it's very important for your thyroid. So it's not enough, and also good functioning kidneys as well. It's another important thing. So check those factors always. I don't know what your previous diet was. You may have still oxalates. You may have to be careful with getting enough citric acid to make sure that you keep the oxalate or any potential damage to your kidneys down, because you do need them for the T4, T3 conversion. So keep all this in mind. Very important. Okay. Look, the lower iodine levels don't help, but autoimmune is when certain things go out of whack, dysregulated, and you get certain genes that are activated. Not everybody suffers to the same degree with autoimmune. If you go and look at all the genes, I've looked at them. I checked for myself to see which genes I had that potentially put me at risk. I've got a few risks, which I don't want to mention. That's my personal private information, but I do have certain risks with certain types of autoimmune diseases as well. And so I have that information now, and I've basically dealt with appropriately supplementing to prevent that potential thing from happening. So we have different risks. Northern Europeans like yourself tend to have higher certain types, especially this Hashimoto's, these types of autoimmunity, probably most Europeans, but most Northern Europeans seem to be much more susceptible for a number of these things. So it's probably because you did consume more seafood, a higher iodine diet, So that's another factor, obviously. There are also certain types of things that can actually bind iodine, so fluoride, a number of these things can actually have an effect on the uptake. Obviously, if you've got a number of these things in your body, higher doses slightly of iodine for a short amount of time to clear out that sort of stuff from the thyroid help, and then you can sort of go back to more normal levels. So it's all about managing these things and checking. And so checking, that's why you got your doctor, check with where you are, and then make adjustments, then go and check yourself again after a month, then make adjustments to basically be able to transition yourself through those different stages. It's no different than a doctor that basically would put you on a medication, then it would change the dose accordingly as your body physiology is sort of adjusting or whatever. Same thing. So you need to keep these in mind and look at other things in the environment that may be having a negative effect. So you may have genetics which are much poorer at detoxifying. So you may be more vulnerable to fluoride and other things. It's things that I don't know. I can only speculate unless you do a genetic test. No idea. So going forward, I'm going to be doing eventually a lot of like genetic sort of stuff and showing people exactly which genes to look at and then how to appropriately ameliorate these issues, deal with them. Very important that you make the appropriate adjustments. Anyway, thanks, mate. Good to hear. Oh, well, you know me. Yeah, you did give me past 4 hours. I just realised, fuck, I've been nearly 4 hours. God. Yep, I'm always in that. Some people appreciate it, some people don't. Some of my relatives don't. That's a different issue. We won't go into that, just in case they're listening. Especially my younger sister. She'll basically call my older sister and call every fucking other person under the sun to basically say, oh, Harry's been bitching about us. Yep. Yes. Little treacherous bitch. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Well, you have to get away from those carbs, mate, Luke. I understand the way you're living with your parents at the moment and family. It sort of makes it difficult, because you're in that sort of food environment. It's not an easy thing in that regard. So, yeah. Oops, where am I? It's been a Harry marathon kind of day. Fucking hell it has. God almighty. I'm getting my second breath. But I need to keep in mind, because I do need for the other weeks of this month, because remember, I just reset this today. I wasn't even certain that I'd be able to do the live streams, because I didn't know whether it was at Greenwich time that actually StreamYard changed their date, because I actually, like on the 2nd of the month is when I get reset my hours for the month. And so I wasn't sure, I was worried for a while. Am I going to have to reschedule all these live feeds? Yeah. So yes, exactly. He needs to get off the sad diet. He really needs to get off the sad diet. Yep. No, Ian, we did that early in the morning, and that took a long time, and I had too many fucking rants. We don't want to go back there. I had years of very severe fibromyalgia. Yep, a lot of people do. Vitamin D is very important for fibromyalgia. Really important. Carnivore diet is good. A lot of the fat-soluble vitamins are really good for fibromyalgia, but vitamin D is really powerful at suppressing and regulating pain in the body. So a lot of people are just not getting enough. You're young, and so you're skinnier and all that, so you probably don't need big doses. A lot of people who tend to be fatter, they're just absorbing all this vitamin. They need to sometimes take 50,000 IUs in one day in order for 40,000 to go into their fat tissue and get 10,000 IUs. That's how ridiculous in some cases it is. So I always ask people, how fat are you, before I tell them what dose they need. So, and they get scared. They go, I need that amount. Yep. You're a fatty. You need more. So, initially we go on these high doses for the deficiencies, and then we come down to sort of lower levels. So people that are just slightly overweight, they probably need 6,000 IUs through winter to deal with respiratory infections and everything else. Most other people about 4,000 IUs. Younger kids, 1,000. Young teenagers, 2,000. These are the sort of levels. Older people, probably 5,000. And sometimes, depending on if they've got malabsorption issues or whatever, they may need to get a liposomal vitamin D because they can't absorb it. So there are cases where you need to get a liposomal vitamin D to absorb it. So that's the other thing. Anyway, yes. So quickly, I'll just, unless there is a really the other issue is gluten as well. So eating gluten, not very good for arthritis. Yes, it drives those genes that are involved. So very bad. I may need to prioritize as well. Do a bit of more research. I'll try and get some research done this bloody week on these bacteria, because they can help a lot of people with a lot of things. So I'm not promising anything, as you know. I've got a day job. I'm very busy, but yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you're very fat, very obese, it just gets sucked in you. I've heard of doctors in morbidly obese people giving them up to 100,000 IUs for a period of time to basically get them, to saturate their fat cells with so much vitamin D. That's why I always say to people, when you're on a diet, losing weight, like fasting and stuff like that, please don't take any supplements, because you'll be dumping shitloads of these fat-soluble vitamins, retinol, vitamin K2, vitamin D in particular. You'll be dumping into your bloodstream shitloads of it when people lose a lot of weight. Usually I tell them, stay away from fat-soluble vitamins, just the B vitamins, please, when they're losing a lot of weight. And people go, what? And I'm going, yeah. I'm going, and even the fats, I actually tell them, I actually look at low fat-soluble vitamin fats. I know it's crazy, but if somebody's morbidly obese and they've got a lot of these things and they're going to be releasing them, I don't want them to have too high levels, which isn't going to be good for their health. Could create a whole lot of other imbalances and issues. So really important. The other thing that is very important that I actually forgot earlier to say when we were talking about high blood pressure as well, vitamin D3, when you've got sufficiency of vitamin D in your body and you've got good levels, it actually reduces also blood pressure. So very important for blood pressure, vitamin D3 plus MK4, because it sort of takes the calcium out. It sort of reduces some of the stuff within the bloodstream. So, those two play together, but in particular vitamin D. So really important in that regard. So yes. Do you ever want to know? I will. Oops, missed injection. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You got to go really high doses. It's just crazy. And I say to people, and they go, "What? So high? You know, God, isn't that toxicity?" No, this guy's just taking it all into these fat cells. Nothing toxic about it. It may be when it comes out if it's too much, too fast. So, yes. G'day, mate. You're late. I'm about to shut down. Where the fuck were you? Now, a quick question. Did you ask me for a recipe book? Because I can't remember whether it was whether you asked me for a recipe book or whether it was basically now I did do on the actual society, the Western Aid Price Society, and the old sort of video on the oiling of America, which I listened to about a year after my cardiovascular issues back then. And this was the video that Sally Fallon did back then, which really opened my eyes about PUFA, vegetable oils, related PUFA. We're not talking about the animal fats, they're fine. So that was the video that she actually did. Let me share for a while. And that was the video she actually did, the oiling of America. People should go and check it out. It's 2 hours long, but it really goes into the whole history of how we got duped and sold a myth. And I can't remember. Somebody actually asked me whether it was you, I can't remember, that asked me about it. This is an 1895 cookbook, and pretty much these ladies had recipes from a whole lot of different people, and they basically were full of foods which just had butter and this and that, or you can, all the animal fats, combining and all sorts of things. In the early part, she actually explains a bit that, but if you want to basically, to the veg-tarted out there that complain and bitch and moan, that basically they are, the wise people, you can say, well, this is what people were eating 100 years ago, or more than 100 years ago, in the 1895, and it was a lot. America was awash in butter, basically. So, and they had a lot of lard and stuff like that before the vegetable oils killed us all. So, yes. So, in that regard, what is Lucas saying? What do you think about the WAP Foundation? Well, the Western Aid Price Foundation pushing mild germ theory denial, such as saying that viruses are in fact exosomes. Look, exosomes, viruses are actually in exosomes. So they're wrong and don't cause disease. Look, not all viruses cause diseases. That's true. But some viruses do. That's true as well. Both are true. And you know why some viruses don't cause diseases? Because you need receptors at the cell to go in and replicate. So you can have viruses just swimming around. We've got billions of viruses that we get from other animals around us. Cause us no problems. Why? Nothing with terrain. The terrain theory, if you've got a good terrain, you're not going to get sick. Bullshit. If you've got a receptor, that fucker will go in there, will replicate, and basically start causing a lot of damage all over the place. So if you've got a respiratory type coronavirus, or the flu, which is another coronavirus, and you've got an ACE2 receptor, it will basically go through that receptor and basically take control of your replication systems and will basically replicate itself. Because remember, the transcription mechanisms inside the cell use mRNA transcription factors, unraveling the DNA, making copies for specific types of code to basically then put it through the replication machine and generate the enzyme to go and do a lot of work. These nanomachines, which are proteins, go around doing all sorts of work. If the receptor, if the virus doesn't have a receptor to get inside the human cell, it can't get in there to replicate. Causes no issue whatsoever. So, and the body eventually clears it out to some extent. So, as I said, it's nuanced. So both are wrong and both are right. So the people with germ theory saying, oh, viruses are germs, they're dangerous, they're going to kill us. No, that's stupid. And all, the other terrain, oh, it's the terrain, if it's good, perfect, fuck, you're basically fucking stupid as well. They're both stupid. And in exosomes, basically, viruses will be in exosomes. So, but the thing is, can they replicate? Do they have the receptor to get into the cell to replicate? That's when they're a problem. If they don't, they're not a problem. That's why millions of viruses do not cause any problems. A virus you can get from an animal, let's say a cat, doesn't cause you a problem. If it goes into another cat, it probably will make that cat sick, but it won't make you sick because you don't have a receptor and it can't exploit your system. Simple. Sometimes they do basically have very similarities with another virus and they can potentially recode themselves, change, evolve, and take on new receptors and then exploit the system and then come out of nowhere. And we go, shit, where did this come out of? It just evolved and picked up a new receptor by interacting with other viral properties, other viral systems. It could have got into a bacteria, and in that bacteria, it came across other viruses and intermingled and stole some of its code. And as a consequence, mutated, evolved, changed, and now it's got a receptor capability to get inside a human cell where before it didn't. These things happen. Shit happens. So that's how you need to see things. Unfortunately, people jump on bandwagons because they love jumping on bandwagons. We don't. Viruses just get them. They exploit. That's how they exploit to get into organisms. These receptors there have a thing. The ACE2 receptor is part of the angiotensin system. Your blood pressure regulation system. That's what it's there for. But certain viruses exploit that blood pressure receptor. So it's got a biological reason why it's there. That's why it's been transcripted to develop. So when a fetus is growing, it's transcripting to build all these things, the functionality in a human body, to do a whole lot of things. You need to regulate fluids. You need to do all these sort of things. So you need intra and outer extracellular fluids need to be regulated. ACE2 is part of the angiotensin system, which regulates fluid dynamics. So, and that regulates blood pressure as well. And when we put it out of whack because we do inappropriate things, then it goes out of whack as well. So, just because viruses, some of them get, let's say, creative over time and get the capacity to steal material from others and then exploit our systems, or cats or dogs they may exploit. So a human virus could go to a cat, may not do anything for years, and then 50, 100,000 years later mutate and start a human disease, start doing damage to a cat. So it can go either way in nature. So it's, it's just the sort of the competition of life, of genetic material. And it goes here, there. There's always competition and evolution continuously happening within nature. Where things will end up is very hard to say. We can't predict many other things, let alone these things. So, that would be really pushing shit uphill to try and understand these things. It's just the truth. It's nothing to do with balance. I don't give balanced answers. I give precise answers. Never will give a balanced answer. I give precise answers that explain exactly why things happen. And if I don't know, I just basically say, I don't know. I'm uncertain because there's not enough science, not enough. I can't logically work out or reason it because I've got insufficient information to do that. So it's a question of, in that. So yes, I don't really like. I know where you're coming, where you're sort of coming from. That, but it's not my approach. If basically the germ theory or the terrain theory were correct, I would back them 100%. There'd be no balance. It'd be one or the other, black and white. In science, that's what it is. Either one is, as Bart would say, a 1 or a 0. Something is either in truth or not. The strong nuclear force is either that or isn't. There's no in between, grey area. This is why when we don't have sufficient science, we can have arguments. There's greyness because we don't have sufficient science. Arguments and discussion come out, and arguing certain things come out when we don't have sufficient information. But when we do, it's not an issue. See, this whole issue about viruses got resolved years ago. It's a non-issue. I don't know why it's been even argued anymore, because people know people have evolved and viruses have evolved to exploit. Some viruses have, achieved the capacity to exploit certain things, and others haven't yet. And others may lose that capacity. They may go into another organism, and over time they may evolve differently and lose that capability and be more pronounced in that organism because they've actually achieved better exploitation, whatever. Organisms are always adapting to different, like we are adapting to environments. Everything adapts to environments and is all, evolving and changing at different rates depending on our complexity. The more complex you are, the more difficult and more rigid your evolutionary changes because of the complexity that you can only have small incremental changes. And that's what we get, small epigenetic incremental changes. That's why even sort of levels of sickness or stuff take a number of generations to become more pronounced. It's just the way it goes. Yep. You're welcome. Anyway, we are 4 hours and plus, guys. Fuck me. I'm off to bed. It's 10:14 and I need to get some beauty sleep. Well, got to maintain my beauty, vanity, old age, old farts like myself need to have vanity issues. Anyway, guys, I'm just joking. I've really enjoyed this. And I've probably, I hope I've explained a number of things to you guys and cleared a number of things out. Where have you been, you little, where is he? Oh, down. Oh, hasn't popped up yet in StreamYard. Damn. Where have you been, you little devil? Oh, God almighty. Is that going to pop up? God almighty. StreamYard's still slow. T1, you little devil. You just got back. What were you doing? What sort of mischievous things were you doing? There it is. My little devil. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks for the banter. I do appreciate it. We did a bit of fun. So, and even some of the crude stuff, I don't mind it. I am a bit on the crude. I can be a bit on the crude side sometimes. I don't overdo it. I usually get my friend calling me or sending me a text that says, I can't believe you said that. They go, oh, yeah, it sort of slipped out. He goes, oh, God. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I need to get some sleep. Anyway, yeah, Scotty, thanks, mate. Yeah, appreciate everybody being here. Do look after yourselves. Take care. And challenge people. Even me. If you've got something really strong, you've got some really good proof, you challenge me. Nobody's sacred. Believe me, Bart isn't. I'm not. If you've got something, you challenge me. Look how I challenged Bart last time on PUFA, on animal foods. I didn't hold back. You know, I go, and that's how you have to be, because science is science. It's not basically, oh, I'm a friend, I'm going to basically ignore. No. If you've got really good, you know, one, real good positivist proof, you put it forward fearlessly, So then I have to, if I can't argue it, doesn't mean I have to accept it, but I can look into it, and I've got no problems being challenged. You should challenge me. You shouldn't basically accept anybody's opinion at face value. You should challenge everybody's opinion. Don't be sheep, challenge. And the thing is, sometimes I may slip up. We're all human. We're all fucking dumb monkeys, So do challenge every one of us. Don't let things just slide, because that's how misinformation sort of breeds, and garbage. Yeah, you're right. Better go. Anyway, thanks, guys. See yous. Take care, and we will chat next week. The clocks. Yes, all the clocks. Yes, those damn clocks. It's tick, 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 tock, tick, tock. Yes, I know. So you guys, thanks. I appreciate it. This was a long, long session. Take care. We'll chat next week.